Good evening. I'd like to call the June 6th City Council study session to order. Could we please start with a roll call?
Mayor Coombs?
Here.
Brian Bagley? Here. Councilmember Christensen?
Here.
Councilmember Finley?
Here.
Moore?
Here.
Peck?
Here.
Santos?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay, let's stand for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So public invited to be heard. Let's see, did you, Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I have two things tonight. The first one is I would like to direct staff to add an agenda item within the next 2 weeks to discuss development setbacks from abandoned and plugged gas and oil wells, as well as the flow and gathering lines. I would like to be able to discuss this on council.
Is that different than what's already in our regs, or?
Oh, yes, absolutely. This is for land that has not been developed, but they do have wells on them. What I want to discuss the setbacks in light of the deaths that have occurred.
Because I thought our regulations, unless I'm wrong, that we according to our regulations, we can't build within 750 feet of plugged-in abandoned well, and that's in our regulations right now, isn't it?
I don't think so. I thought it was 150.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. Mayor, you are correct. There's a 750-foot setback from existing wells. Or residential, I'd have to look. I think it's also platted. But yes, for residential development.
The reason that I brought it up is that a couple of developments recently that we've been looking at have wells on them, and it was talked about 150 feet. Especially at the property where we moved the Ryder well. We were talking about looking at 150-foot distance between, okay. So that's why I'm questioning it.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, Joni Marsh was very kind to help me out on this, that it is 750 from existing, 150 from plugged in abandoned setbacks.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
So I would like to revisit that and discuss it on council.
Okay. Would that be a study session item then? Or?
You know, whatever staff feels that it would be appropriate in the next couple of weeks.
All right. It's fine by me.
Study session would be good because it gives us more time.
Yeah.
So if we can do a study session, that's going to be in July, the first part of July, because we meet next week. We don't have a meeting the week after for CML, and the 27th is a regular, so it'll be a study session in July we would need to look for.
Okay. Thank you very much. And my second item is, first I want to make a statement that the city has spent time and money engineering Union Reservoir to hold more than the current 12,000 acre-feet of water for untreated domestic use. With the proposed 10,000 acre-feet of water in the Windy Gap project, that gives us 22,000 acre-feet of water that the city will be purchasing. We don't need this amount of water capacity, and it puts unnecessary financial stress upon our residents. Therefore, I move that we direct the Water Board to revisit the Windy Gap project at the next Water Board meeting and work hand in hand with the city staff to find an equitable water participation rate or level. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'd be more in favor of not expanding the Union Reservoir, but, we've already made the decision on the 10,000-foot level, so
We've also made the decision on the reservoir putting $50,000 to $100,000 already into the engineering of that, and it is already in our plans. So I'm just looking at the water rates and what we're doing and the amount of water that this city is actually accumulating in the future. And we've already committed to Union Reservoir.
Councilmember Bagley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Regarding your first request for the study council, I guess specifically, we now know, it was clarified that it's 750 feet from current and then 150 feet from a plug and abandon. Just to be clear, what are we expecting back? Meaning, are we just going to, what's our direction to staff? Meaning that that's the information. Are we going to have a conversation about whether that's enough or not enough? Is that the purpose? And is city staff supposed to do any additional research on that issue? Or are we just going to have a conversation about it?
Well, I suppose.
I guess here, I'm going to go back to you.
I'm blinking. Oh, there we go. Well, I suppose the discussion would be whatever research the city staff can bring back, whatever research council can be brought back on what the flow lines and what the gathering lines are doing. Are they inspected on an ongoing basis? And I know that the city's already doing inspecting the abandoned plugged wells through TOP operating and telecom, is that it? So I think we need to revisit the ones where we do not have development to see if 150 feet is adequate or not. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. That was just to clarify. And I guess the other, I guess my thought is, now one, I'm vehemently opposed to development in, as we talked about, Firestone, Frederick, Meade, et cetera, allowing development on our borders and therefore assisting them with water. But I think that, so I'm on the Windy Gap project, and I wish there was a way, I mean, everybody here should consider, I think, going up and just sitting in on that meeting and seeing the approximate 50 different representatives from different municipalities throughout our state and what they're doing to work together to do this. We've got an ordinance in place currently that prohibits the city from selling water to neighboring municipalities for them to develop on our borders. I view the Windy Gap project as at some point in our future, we might need that water for agriculture. We might need it for our own citizens to drink, bathe, water our lawns. And while I think that, yeah, we are going to have to do something to finish paying for it, because this is a project that we've got millions of dollars in at this point. I forget what 56 million? What do we have into it so far? Yeah, 56 million. So walking away from it at this point, I think, would be foolish. And I also think that, you know, if you're going to invest in something, invest in a resource that, with climate change, with, you know, other growth throughout the state, at some point, I think that the citizens of Longmont are going to look back and go, "God, I'm really glad that we've got Windy Gap." And so, and we also don't know when exactly the Union Reservoir will be done. The people who live on the southern end, or the northern end, I think there's what, 2 residences there left, 2 or 3. They might never sell. At what point? I mean, we might not see the expansion of Union for another 30, 40, 50 years. And so I look at it. I mean, so I can't. I'm going to vote against your motion, but not for growth. I mean, I think that this. I don't know. I've heard this comment in the community, but I don't view this as hedging for growth. I view it as just literally saving for a very unrainy, dry day.
Okay, we've clear direction on the first motion. The second one, we've got a motion and a second, so I guess we should probably vote on that. Councilmember Christensen?
One more thing, going back to the first idea. The problem is we have lots of flow lines and lots of gathering lines, and the state does not regulate, the county does not regulate, and oil and gas doesn't really check on the gathering lines. So what we need is to examine whether we should be doing some municipal regulation on setbacks from the flow lines and gathering lines. And so that's part of why we should be discussing this. It's not so much for the plugged wells, it's also for the flow lines and gathering lines, to know their location and to determine whether we should have setbacks for municipal safety and property values.
Okay. Councilmember Peck?
Just to clarify what Councilman Bagley said, this is not about selling water. It is about the fact that we have already 12,000 acre feet in Union Reservoir is what we have now. It's being engineered for up to 24,000 acre feet for drought and for untreated municipal water. So where I want the water department to look at this again is not to pull out of Windy Gap, but to look at the participation level. Do we really need to have more than 22,000 acre feet of water at the expense of our residents paying for it? So that is, just to clarify.
You know, we're discussing that on next week's agenda. I know. Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I think that Windy Gap is our future. I mean, it kind of builds into our existing infrastructure as far as treated water. And our city is supposed to build out at another approximately 30,000 people. And we don't know what climate change or, as Councilman Bagley says, what the needs are going to be in the future. We may not have the traditional water sources that we have today. We have to make sure that we're taking a position to protect us maybe 50 years from now, and not tomorrow or not today. So I'm going to be voting against this for those reasons. I think it's planning for our future and making sure we have adequate resources for our citizens in 40, 50 years.
Okay, we've got a motion. It's been seconded. Let's vote. Okay, it fails 2-5 with Councilmember Moore, Bagley, Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Santos, Councilmember Finley dissenting. So, yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I can, a couple of things. One, on next week's agenda, this is an item on there because of the time frame between when we postponed it. We felt like we needed a discussion item before we brought the ordinance back to you. So that is on the agenda tomorrow or next week.
Right.
The second piece, I was going to update you next week when we had more information, but we haven't started the Terracon work on the lines yet. We're finalizing what that's going to look like and the cost. By next week, we should have more details on that process, but it is evaluating the plugged and abandoned wells that we've identified on the CEO GCC website. Part of that is also looking at the collection lines and
Okay.
in that area. So that is work that we talked about before that we're going over.
Right.
We're hoping that within the next few weeks we can start that process and start collecting data.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to public invited to be heard. First person is Sharon Werpenny. Okay. Or Tepany. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Hello. I'm going to have to read this because my brain thinks faster than I speak, and sometimes I speak faster than the brain's thinking. So I'm going to read it as fast as I can. I'm here, unfortunately, because I reside off 21st Avenue.
Okay, so just start by pronouncing your name and saying your address for the record.
Oh, Sharon Wertepney, 2127 Wright Court, Longmont, Colorado.
Okay.
80501. I've been residing here for approximately 5 years. I've moved here from Illinois, and I totally understand that the first 2 years that I resided here, the state of Colorado was in a serious drought. So I could understand that maintaining the streets and the avenues and the easements was an easy task, or not a task at all, I don't think I'm on no more, as nothing, including my lawn, was growing. But as time went on, weather got better, and things started to grow, and I was pleasantly surprised when the village would send out the department that took care of our streets and byways in our village. Unfortunately, I very seldom saw them doing anything on 21st Avenue. But as the years passed, it just got worse and worse, and I made several calls to no avail. In fact, I called about a week and a half ago and was told that there was nothing going to be done on 21st Avenue as native grass is to grow in the medium. Who is it that wants native grass to grow here? I know I wasn't asked. I know most of my neighbors weren't asked. And I know this because I asked them. So who's making the decision? I have pictures on my iPad that I would be happy to show you of the different avenues in Longmont, and for some odd reason, 21st Avenue seems to be the only one in disarray. Why is it that all the avenues on the west side of Hover are meticulously maintained, and as soon as you cross over Hover going east, it seems like you're entering a different town? I know that in the last 5 years, my taxes have gone up almost $700 more a year, and I haven't seen one improvement on 21st. Oh yes, wait, they did plant some trees. 3 of them are dead already because they weren't maintained after planting them. Native grass, I think that's a joke because that's all I see is weeds. I feel the street, which I see is already happening, garbage is being thrown into the avenue because you can't see it in the grass, an increase in mosquitoes, and I bet if I walked on the byway by the water, which I used to enjoy doing with my dogs, I'd find a snake or two. I feel our village needs to take care of all of town, not just certain parts. I went on Saturday and gathered some names of residents, which I do have here, 2 pages of it, to support me in this situation, and I was pleasantly surprised how many agreed with me. If you require more names, I'd be happy to supply you with them. I also asked a few people at the dog park what they thought of this problem, and most of them said they won't even clean up after their dog because they can't find the poop in the tall grass. I also, while I was standing there, I thought I smelled something dead. There could have been something there, but I wasn't going to go searching through the knee-high grass. It's bad enough that I and all the residents have to look at those beautiful electric poles that dot the avenue of Hover and Main, but now I have to come and look at those beautiful weeds that they claim is native grass. Please feel free to look at my pictures of the different avenues that I took, and you decide what looks best. And here's my petition. Sure. I have them on my iPad, so they would just, I didn't have time, because I found out this meeting was on Friday.
You can email it too.
Okay, sure.
All right. Thank you. Caitlin Poller?
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Caitlin Paler. I live at 715 Emory Street, Apartment A in Longmont, Colorado, 80501. I'm a Longmont resident. I'm also an intern at the Hour Center, and I'm studying to receive my master's in social work in the Department of Children, Youth, and Families. In my program, I'm learning about how environmental factors can disrupt healthy child development. Homelessness and housing instability are major risk factors for disruptions in healthy child development. The City of Longmont needs to know what is at risk when affordable housing is not available for Longmont families. When parents are burdened by the daily stress of survival, they are unable to provide stable and nurturing environment to facilitate their young child's brain development. According to an article in the Journal of Early Childhood Education, children who experience homelessness are 2 times more likely to develop a learning disability and 3 times more likely to develop emotional disturbance than children who have stable housing. Children who experience housing instability and homelessness are likely to develop toxic stress, a biological stress response to prolonged adversity that can cause lifelong physical and mental illness. Studies on adverse childhood experiences, better known as ACE studies, show that the more adverse experiences children are exposed to before the age of 18, such as neglect, abuse, and household dysfunction, the more likely those children are to develop heart disease, diabetes, depression, and many other serious conditions. These risks are many and the stakes are high when children and families are unable to afford to stay in their homes. The rising cost of housing in Longmont is a serious concern for families. By providing Longmont families with affordable housing, we can create a stable environment where our children can learn and grow up to be educated and healthy members of our community. As City Council members, you represent everyone in our town, including those most vulnerable, our children. Please keep our children in mind as a priority when making decisions about the future of our great city, because our future is for them too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Suzanne Summers.
Hi, Susan Summers, 1418 Galilee Lane, Longmont. You probably already know this, but I'm here to speak out for the prairie dogs at the Great Western Flex Building site. First, I want to thank Harold Dominguez for calling me yesterday. It's been pretty difficult to communicate with all of the different staff involved in this issue, and I do appreciate his willingness to call me and talk to me about this. I want to remind everyone here that advocates are working very hard to make a relocation of these prairie dogs happen, and we are hopeful that the city will support this effort. The City of Longmont has never required a developer to relocate prairie dogs, even though our land development code calls for relocation over extermination. We have a very viable chance here to do the right thing and relocate these prairie dogs, and I just quickly want to I hope that you guys will continue to support us or will support us in this effort. So thank you very much.
Jeremy Gregory.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I appreciate it. I also want to take just a quick moment to give you an update on what's been happening. My name is Jeremy Gregory. I reside at 238 Sweet Valley Court in Longmont. I'm also a resident over there where the colony is inhabiting over there by the Great Western Flex Building. We've made quite a bit of progress, I think, in the last week and a half. I want to appreciate the various stakeholders and decision makers in dealing with a lot of the emails. I know City Councilman Bagley and City Councilwoman Peck have seen quite a few emails, and I'm sure a few others of you also have. We have a really viable solution here, a very attainable solution that entails a non-lethal action to move these prairie dogs. And I think this is a positive precedence that we need to set here in Longmont. A quote that stuck with me in my academic studies of ethics and ethology was Immanuel Kant, who stated, "You can judge another by how they treat animals." And I'd like to take that a step further by saying you can judge a community or a society not only by how they judge or how they treat animals, but how they treat our wildlife and nature. And I think here we are at a crossroads to do something great and positive, or to just do the same old lazy thing and poison and annihilate and exterminate. Prairie dogs are a barometer in which to judge this. And so I want to thank all of you for at least considering this opportunity. We've made, again, a lot of progress with Rocky Flats, and we've had some dialogue, some decent dialogue with the developers. And I think if we can get behind this and if we can get endorsement from City Council to support this, I think that sets, again, a great precedence and a great example. So thank you very much for your time and considering.
Thank you. Ruth Waku.
Good evening, Mayor Coons, City Council. My name is Ruth Walker. I live at 2526 Danbury Drive in Longmont. I have worked in Longmont for 20 years with the Mental Health Center, with the geriatric team, and the last 8 years of my employment with the City of Council Senior Services, and I have been retired 3 years. I'm a clinical social worker with a master's degree. I presently volunteer at the Senior Center. I'm also on the Aging Advisory Council, which is a county commissioner-appointed position with the Area Agency on Aging. And as you can see, I'm also an elder. I want to talk to you about housing and the situation for older adults and people with mental health issues as well in our community. Most seniors have planned and have sufficient income into their retirement. However, that very income is no longer viable for their rent as the increased cost of housing has become untenable for a lot of people. And what this means for seniors and people with mental health issues who are on fixed incomes is that they can't afford to pay their rent. This may cause eviction, and then we have a lot more homelessness, or it can cause people to make a different choice, a choice not to buy needed medications or food in order to pay their rent. And of course, you can just imagine what that does. That leads to increased medical or mental health problems, sometimes hospitalization, and it can even lead to placement in nursing homes. And that, I'm sure you're all aware, is of great cost nobody wants to take on. And it costs the individual affected a great deal more in their emotional, medical, and financial decline. Typically, older adults are really active in our community, and oh my goodness, I'm already almost time. Anyway, they're very active, and they give a lot back with many hours, thousands of hours of volunteering in our community. Without housing stability, I think people can't do that. They're not able to. I think that the Longmont Comprehensive Plan sets out a range of housing options to meet the needs of all ages, income levels, and abilities, and including a lot of mixed options throughout the city, also with accessible housing for seniors and people with disabilities. I think it's just absolutely essential for you as a city council and for the staff of the city to really make a commitment to what has been proposed in that plan and create and sustain affordable housing for older adults and people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Abbott.
Can you hear me? Am I close enough? Okay. Hi, I'm Caitlin Abbott. Okay, great. I live at 922 Pratt Street. I am a relatively new resident to Longmont, having moved here about a year ago. I understand that there are proposed updates to Longmont's regulations concerning short-term vacation rentals, including Airbnb and similar options. The proposals, however, I think are too broad and don't go far enough to protect residents, our community, and our guests with respect to these short-term vacation rentals. I fully recognize that there's not a one-size-fits-all solution. There are various interests to balance, including that of homeowners, their neighbors, potential guests, other city residents, and the city itself. Airbnb, in particular, has recently come under fire because of discrimination by hosts on their platform. In particular, despite rolling out a non-discrimination policy last fall and basic guards to reduce the likelihood of discrimination, Airbnb has been criticized because hosts are more likely to reject guests with black-sounding names and those with disclosed disabilities. A recent study by Rutgers University found that guests who disclosed a disability were less likely to be granted approval for their rentals. In particular, 75% of travelers were granted approvals for rentals who made no mention of disability. The rate fell to 61% for those who said they had dwarfism, 50% for those who were blind, 43% for those with cerebral palsy, and 25% for those with spinal cord injuries. One of the study authors specifically said, the flip side of this tech revolution is that platforms like Airbnb seem to be perpetuating or increasing opportunities for exclusion, both economic and social. Obviously, not every host on Airbnb and similar sites is discriminating, and not every host is an investor who's looking to make money and disrupt neighborhoods in order to turn a profit. But many cities have taken more aggressive stands to provide protections for guests as well as neighborhoods. New York City has a blanket restriction on even advertising on Airbnb, but please don't think I'm advocating that type of solution. Some examples include time limits, so a maximum number of days that a home can be rented, occupancy limits, including the amount of square footage that can be rented. For example, in New Orleans, owners are not allowed to rent if they are in the French Quarter, but in other areas, out-of-town guests are limited to a maximum of 90 days. Again, there are a lot of competing interests here and with short-term rentals, and I'm hopeful that Longmont can take a path that helps to balance these interests explicitly. We can and should put in place protections for guests, as well as protections for neighborhoods and the city as a whole. I'd ask you to consider more comprehensive guidelines than those that are proposed.
Anna Rivas.
Hi, my name's Anna Rivas, and I live at 4501 Nelson Road, Unit 2306, and I'm here to talk about the prairie dogs at the Great Western Flex Building. I just returned from a short trip to Guadalajara, and the thing that struck me the most was the utter lack of nature in the city. It was just a depressing expanse of buildings, roads, cars, and people. And I felt really lucky to come back to this area where we still have small pockets of nature and wild animals living alongside of us. I think it's one of the things that makes this area so beautiful and attractive to people. And it's sad that we're getting rid of some of the very things that make it so attractive. But and in contrast to another speaker, I actually love the idea of having the native grasses in the area. And when I go for walks at McIntosh, I stick to the side where that's all there is, because I find the other side just to be too sterile and lacking in interest for me. I prefer being in the areas where I have the opportunity to see some wildlife. Having said all that, I'm kind of sleep deprived and I can't think straight right now. I got back late. But I just wanted to say that you already have a very good policy in place, but apparently it has never really been followed or enforced. And the Great Western Flex site, it provides you with a really good chance to make it more than just a polite dance between developers and the city, which always results in the prairie dogs being killed. So I hope you seriously consider the viable options that are available and do what you can to enforce your own policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Gordon Pedro.
Mayor and City Council, Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive, Longmont. You will soon hear the presentation from the Boulder County Affordable Housing Regional Partnership. I want to encourage all council members to analyze the information in this report and resolve as a body to provide strong leadership for action, not only in Longmont, but to help rally the county-wide effort to address this issue. Since Longmont is one of the major communities in Boulder County, I believe should engage in major countywide leadership. It is apparent that the partnership effort to understand and address affordability throughout the county is stronger now than it has been in the past. The multiplicity of tools available to tackle this issue is clearly presented in attachment 2 of your report. Individual cities, including Longmont, are already using some of these tools. However, the experiences of thriving regions throughout our nation show that success will come only from collaborative efforts employing a myriad of tools. I would like to see my city leading this collaborative effort in the coming months to address affordable housing. The city of Longmont a few years ago was a real leader in this area. I'd like to see you become a real leader again. Thank you.
Sarah Vanderwall.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Sarah Vanderwall. I live 1011 Sonoma Circle, Unit G, 80504. Tonight I'm protesting the possible extermination of the prairie dog colony on Sugar Mill Great Western Flex Building property. We can fulfill our stewardship obligation in many ways. Preserving a small colony of prairie dogs is just a little part of this. but is nevertheless just as important as the developments. They may be a small part of our world, but to the colony we represent a big part of the world, compassion and obligation. I'm aware some people think prairie dogs are a nuisance, but we owe them respect and protection. Hopefully, under the city codes, the prairie dogs will be relocated safely and successfully. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Deborah Simmons.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Simmons, and I live at 10515 Mooring Road in Longmont. I am the co-founder and board chair of the Reentry Initiative, founded a little over 6 months ago to help women reenter from incarceration and successfully establish new lives through finding stable housing and employment, recovering from addiction and mental illness, and reconciling with their families. The Reentry Initiative offers evidence-based cognitive behavioral programming and services. We go into the Denver Women's Correctional Facility, the Boulder County Jail, LCTC to meet with women prior to their release. We pick them up at the gate and then work at our office at the Hour Center to help them achieve their goals for what we call the first threes. First 3 hours, 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months. Most importantly, we are now raising money for transitional supportive housing. Transitional housing providers, traditional housing providers, will not take our women. We are the only organization in Longmont serving this subset of the homeless population. I am here to ask for your support for returning citizens in 2 ways. 1, inclusion of transitional supportive housing in the overall regional housing plan, and 2, to be at the table in discussions about housing to include a systemic approach to reentry. First, I ask for your understanding of the challenges facing reentering women who have no place to sleep. Their only option is to return to the often abusive boyfriend, or they're using peers, a car, or under a bridge. That is a formula for failure, recidivism, and wasted tax dollars. Upon release, our women need transitional supportive housing until they get stabilized through employment, mental health and addiction treatment, and other programming. Longmont has many resources and services already in place to support these basic needs, but not transitional supportive housing for our population. Without that, avoiding recidivism is nearly impossible. We can coordinate all the services they need as case managers, but until we provide housing, we are only doing part of the job that is needed. As you look at the housing needs of Longmont, please consider that we need a systemic and integrated approach to reentry and the housing required to support it. Reentering women and men are often forgotten in our conversations about affordable housing. Furthermore, the people who discuss reentry are often not at the tables in cities discussing affordable housing. At any one time, there can be up to 75 women in the Boulder County Jail, over half of whom will return home to Longmont. In addition, annually, approximately 45 women return to Longmont from incarceration in the Denver Women's Correctional Facility and 36 from LCTC. Recidivism is at around 50%, and the cost of incarceration is $110 per day.
Excuse me, you're only allowed 3 minutes, and when the red light comes on, you're... Thank you. Nancy Rizek.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and City Council members. My name is Nancy Rizak, and I'm the Executive Director of Visit Longmont at 512 4th Avenue, number 103, Longmont, 80501. I come to you this evening on behalf of the board and staff of Visit Longmont. In April, at our monthly board meeting, the board offered overwhelming support for the proposed amendments that Brian Schumacher will present this evening. By developing a set of rules around short-term rentals, the playing field will be leveled for our hotel partners. Owner-occupied and investment properties that offer short-term rentals will pay city sales and use taxes and participate in lodgers' tax collections. Visitors will still have a wealth of lodging options to choose from for their trip, and Visit Longmont will utilize any increase in funds to promote and market our destination and options to business and leisure travelers. Visit Longmont will work closely with the City of Longmont on implementation and administration of the proposed changes. While we are hopeful that we can attain 100% participation in the program, we understand that changes will take time to be absorbed. Visit Longmont is committed to provide the support that is necessary for the success of this program. I urge you to support the proposed amendments, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Rick Fitzgerald?
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and Council. My name is Rick Fitzgerald. I live at 419 Emery Street. I have for the last 36 years in the historic East Side neighborhood. I'm here to talk about the proposed new office building at 420 and 422 Kimbark Street, a couple of hundred yards northwest of these council chambers and directly across from my house. About a month ago, many of us in the historic neighborhood received invitations to a meeting to learn about the proposed building. We were concerned that the building might not blend into our neighborhood and the surrounding historic districts. At the meeting, we were shown preliminary plans with a 3-story building of 45-foot height. This would be as tall as the peak of the historic Central Presbyterian Church, which it stands next to, but with the height extending across a full 100 feet. On the top of the roof would be 2 stairwells with roof coverings extending to 60 foot high. This height is far in excess of any building in the central downtown area. The existing Central Business District code requires, I believe, that the buildings blend in with their historic surroundings. From the preliminary architecture we were shown, this building does not do this. Additionally, the building is anticipated to employ approximately 60 people, yet provides no additional parking beyond the dozen or so places that already exist behind the 2 one-story buildings, which of course will be scraped if they do it. Currently, overflow parking finds its way onto Emery Street, especially the 400 and 500 blocks, and particularly in the summertime when people like to park in the shade. Can't blame them. Apparently, the Central Business District includes no parking requirements for this building. Our streets are currently overly crowded, and residents often find difficulty parking their own cars, especially since a lot of these houses, 100-year-old houses, were built before they were garages, and a lot of us, we have a one-car garage, but a lot of people don't. We have heard that the transition zone to be discussed with the upcoming development code update. This zone could properly step down building heights to blend more suitably with the historic districts and include architecturally suitable detailing. As it presently stands, we could be looking at a wall of 60-foot high buildings stretching north from the Civic Center on the east side of Kimbark Street toward 9th. Longmont has only 3 historic neighborhoods, east, west, and the new downtown district. I ask that you slow down any developments proposed in this future transition zone area so that thoughtful regulation can be put in place.
Thank you.
There's only one chance to get this right. Thank you.
Sandy Stewart?
Mayor Coombs, City Council. I'm Sandy Stewart, and I live at 1211 Twin Peaks Circle, and I'm here to encourage Council to support rental units for workforce housing, targeting 50% of the area median income. I was one of the 22 members of the Workforce Housing Task Force in 2011, And the purpose of the task force was to look at future strategies to determine the needs of affordable housing in Longmont, to house our workforce, and to make recommendations to council on how to address that need. In July 2012, when Community Strategies Institute was selected to do a housing marketing analysis, they found that there was a shortage of rental units to all income ranges, but especially for households 50% or less area median income, which was a shortfall at that time of 1,449 units. Workforce Housing Task Force made a presentation to the City Council May 21st of 2013. Some of our recommendations were to focus the majority of affordable housing funds to rental properties, to provide quality affordable rental housing for low-income wage earners, for the city to develop a plan which supported the preservation of current rental housing stocks, particularly multifamily rental units, and we asked that a program was created for new affordable rental housing targeting a household below 50% of the AMI. Although some of these have been done, there's still more to do. Anyone can see all the new apartment complexes that are being built or have been built since 2014, but of those apartments that have been built, only 553 units are considered affordable. We are still far short of the 1,449 units needed from 2012, 5 years ago. It was believed by some that by adding rental housing, we could take care of the needs for affordable housing. As we look at the units built and the cost of renting apartments, we are not seeing that the market has taken care of the shortage of affordable rental housing. Longmont updated the comp plan in 2016, and it states in Section 3.1b under affordable housing, strive for 10% of the total housing stock to be permanently affordable housing units, affordable to households earning less than 80% of the area median income, for sale homes, and less than 50% of the area median income for rental homes. I ask you to continue to add new affordable rental housing target households below 50% of the area median income to be added to the inventory for the next several years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ben Sargent. Is Ben Sargent here? Okay, I'll move to Michelle Wade.
Hello, Mayor Coombs, members of council. My name's Michelle Waite. I live at 5109 Glen Drive in Berthoud, and I'm the manager of senior services for the city of Longmont and have been an employee at the senior center for over 35 years. I'm here tonight to speak relative to older adults and affordable housing, as unfortunately our leadership from the Senior Citizens Advisory Board were unable to be here. I started attending the Longmont Housing Opportunities team about 10 years ago as we were seeing an increase in the number of older adults who were homeless in Longmont. Great work has been done by the Longmont Housing Authority and with great city support to increase the housing stock for low-income older persons in Longmont. Yet we still have a number of homeless persons who at 60, 70, and 80 years old are facing homelessness for the first time. They may be reluctantly or unsuccessfully living with other people, or they may be just one rent increase away from homelessness. A recent American Society on Aging article addresses what they call the rising crisis of homelessness among older persons. And in Minnesota, research has shown that the fastest growing first-time homeless person is an older adult. In the United States, 30% of older renters pay more than one-half of their income in rent, which meets the criteria for severe cost burden. In the rental market of today's Longmont, we have older adults who are struggling to afford the homes they've lived in for 10, 15, 20 years, homes they intended to stay in until they died. Living as a homeless person means facing other challenges, and these folks who are first-time homeless people have never encountered what does it mean to live in your car. And they are giving up social supports and, more importantly, health care supports as they look to move to more affordable communities. Most older adults who are homeless for the first time over the age of 50 have, for the most part, worked their entire adult lives. And not unlike their homeless counterparts, homelessness brings significant health and safety consequences for an older person and may significantly exacerbate chronic health conditions and cognitive challenges. The increasing population of older adults and the serious lack of affordable housing has intertwined to create a considerable challenge. I applaud the work of the regional housing team, which you'll hear later this evening, and encourage council to do whatever they can to address this issue for older people and others facing the lack of affordable housing in Longmont. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Strider Benston.
Greetings, and hooray for, yeah, I'm trying to hang on to my living also. Strider Benston, 951 17th Avenue. Good evening. I need to mention our Twitter-in-chief, who basically calls himself the president of the world, who just last week removed America from the human community. The only country on earth that supports that action is Syria, by the way. Pay attention to that. Everybody knows what comes out of his mouth, but he has an agent, Scott Pruitt, EPA chairman, who claimed to speak for James Hansen, America's chief climate scientist. Read Storms of My Grandchildren, and you'll find out what he really said. Scott Pruitt can lie as well as Trump. The only difference is he speaks in full sentences. I'm serious. I want to quote from Laudato Si, Praise to You on Care for Our Common Home by Pope Francis 2 years ago. He quotes St. Francis, helps us to see that an internal ecology calls for openness to categories which transcend the language of mathematics and biology and economics and take us to the heart of what it is to be human. If we approach nature and the environment without this openness to awe and wonder, if we no longer speak the language of fraternity and beauty in our relationship with the world, our attitude will be that of masters, consumers, ruthless exploiters, unable to set limits on their immediate needs. Modernity has been marked by an excessive anthropocentrism. The time has come to pay renewed attention to reality and the limits it imposes. Neglecting to monitor the harm done to nature and the environmental impact of our decisions is only the most striking sign of a disregard for the message contained in the structure of nature itself. It becomes difficult to hear the cry of nature. Everything is connected.
Thank you. Ann Keir.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and council and fellow citizens. I have served on the Longmont Housing Authority since 2007, and God willing, I will continue to serve until my term expires in 2020. The Longmont Housing Authority, along with the Longmont Housing Development Corporation, works to provide affordable housing in the Longmont community. You already heard that tonight. Thank you to the council for your support in these endeavors to help the most vulnerable of our citizens. We couldn't do it without your support. The council received our annual report in May, and I'm sure it's provided good bedtime reading for all of you. What in the world is going on? Well, you've heard a lot of it from others. We at the Housing Authority have been very busy thanks to our hardworking, knowledgeable, and committed staff of 22 people. They are supreme. Until several years ago, we outsourced the management of our facilities. Now we do it ourselves. It's more fiscally feasible, and it's to the benefit of our residents. More than a decade ago, we decided to become an asset-based portfolio which aligns with our vision of sustainable, locally owned, affordable housing solutions. We saw the handwriting on the wall when the federal housing choice voucher program was not being increased with rising need and rising inflation. At one time, we received funds for 509 households. Today, the same amount of money that we got 10 years ago funds only 430. We now own 8 properties for the city, consisting of 401 units valued at $109 million. 586 residents live in these rental communities. Many are seniors, persons with disabilities, formerly homeless persons, and children. Generally, households with an average monthly income of less than 50%, you've heard that from other people, of AMI, average monthly income in Boulder County, they qualify for our rentals. But in actuality, the average for all our facilities is people who have less than 30% of the average monthly income. So we've been building. Spring Creek is our newest building in the Prairie Village neighborhood. It's for seniors. It opened in October of 2016 and was full by Christmas and has a waiting list. We are in the process of raising funds, and it's a very complicated process, to build an additional building like Spring Creek called Fall River on the same property. Chrisman Apartments is the first building we have done as a public-private partnership. Chrisman Apartments are behind the Sonic off of Main in North Longmont. Silvera Advisors is our partner in the 114 apartment complex of 1- and 2-bedroom apartments for families. It will open in 2018.
So, I'm sorry, but you've got to wrap it up if you got one or two more.
Okay. I just want to thank you all for your support and the fact that we're keeping going. We're getting more property all the time so that we can go into the future.
Thank you, Ann. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of City Council. I'm Edwina Salazar. I'm the Executive Director of the Our Center. I'm also representing LHOT, Longmont Housing Opportunities Team, and the Human Services Alliance. We support the regional housing plan that will be presented to you this evening. Communities thrive when people have safe and stable housing, when they live near their jobs, schools, and extended families. When families can build roots and meet diverse neighbors, and then we can use our resources wisely. What do we know through research about who needs affordable housing? It may not be who you think it is. And I think the research done by the City of Longmont with the Longmont Development Partnership also cites this and did this research. Most residents of affordable housing are working. They are employed as office assistants, school teachers, local government employees, restaurant workers, and sales clerks. These workers need affordable housing because the wide gap between what they can earn and what the housing costs are grows wider. You've already heard about the seniors needing affordable housing. There's another group that desperately needs affordable housing, and those are the people that are at risk and who have become disabled in our economy. There are also people with special needs who absolutely need affordable housing. So we urge the City of Longmont to advance policies and programs that ensure that all people, regardless of their incomes level or their abilities or their ethnic background, have access to healthy and affordable housing. I know in the past you've heard people speak against affordable housing in certain areas of Longmont. And at times affordable housing faces really great, unsympathetic public. However, there are many allies, and many of them are here today, so I would like the allies of affordable housing to please stand.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else that'd like to speak? All right, oh, okay, excuse me.
Mayor Coombs, Council. My name is Daria Laverne. I live at 429 Emery Street. And I'm one of the fortunate ones. I have a roof over my head, paid off my house, and with my limited income, I'm getting by, and I feel very blessed. And for the past, 10 or so years ago, I have been on and off going to the Hour Center when it was on the other side of the street, on the north side of the street. And now it's on the south side of the street with a big, beautiful new building. I'm kind of upset, so excuse me, but when it was at the north side of the street, people were welcome to come in and eat, no restrictions, just as long as they behaved themselves and cleaned up after themselves. Well, in the last month, we are being required to show photo ID, utility bills, and proof of income for some people. And I find that very intrusive. There are people, I was there on Saturday, I'd had breakfast, so I just came to visit friends. And about at least 20 people were turned away because they didn't have this information on them. And they weren't told ahead of time that they needed it. And I was very upset by it. That's never happened before at the Hour Center. And it shouldn't happen now. My understanding is that the Denver Metro Homeless Initiative is a statewide organization. I don't know if it's public or private, but they give money out to every county, 7 counties in Colorado. And I know there's plenty of money coming in for homeless people, for a soup kitchen or things like that. Now, why people are being required to show this information, I have no idea, but I find it insulting, and I will not do it. I have stopped going there. I have a friend that cannot afford to do this and is suffering. I took her out to eat today because she won't go down there either because she finds it intrusive to have her income and that information be exposed. And their systems are not secure on their computers, and that's something that needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak? All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Boss.
Can everybody begin to take their seats so we can resume our meeting? Okay, can we continue our meetings? If you're still discussing stuff, you can move out to the office. So now we have the members of the Skyline $12,000 to the city of Longmont for our 4th of July fireworks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. My name is John Marlin. I live at 3612 Box Elder Drive in southwest Longmont. I'm here on behalf of the Skyline Kiwanis Club here in Longmont to make our annual contribution to the city's fireworks program. This is a program that we've been able to support for the last 9 or 10 years. And we're just pleased and honored, especially on a day like today where we're commemorating 73 years ago the D-Day invasion and honoring the many warriors who fought for our country and paid the ultimate price. This year, unfortunately, we're not a day late, but we are about $1 short. The agenda mentions that our contribution is $15,000, which historically it has been, but this year, due to some other funding requests and priorities, we did take that back to $12,000, which we're regretful for, but we're very honored to make the presentation. With me tonight is Mr. Kevin Robersharm with Thrivent Financial, Mr. Scott Nix with Nix Cavating, and Mr. Dennis Ogden with Wagner Welding Supply, some of our members. We are a group of about 40 dedicated local business people here in Longmont, and our main goal in life is to figure out ways to raise money and support organizations, service organizations, and charitable causes that benefit the city of Longmont, and really from stem to stern. This year, we're benefiting the women's work the Pearl Group and Habitat for Humanity, as well as Longmont Baseball League and many other organizations that come to us over the year. And right now, our newest fundraising project is our car giveaway sweepstakes. And Mr. Nix is going to drop off one of these pieces of information, or maybe you already have it. There's a website on there, and we'll give you a first crack of going on the website and taking a chance to win one of these 3 fabulous cars. One of our main sources of funds for the fireworks project is the banner on Main Street that has been on South Main for many, many years, and last year it had to go away due to the tremendous road widening project and bridge work that was done down there. Thanks to the effort of Sean Lewis and others on the city staff, we've been able to get that banner facility restored so that we can continue raising funds from our major sponsors. This year we're proud to welcome a new title sponsor for the banner, and that is the Bank of Colorado, and as well as probably at least 20 other local businesses that contribute to the banner for us. So without further ado, we'd like to make the check presentation to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Hey, what's up? No, thank you.
Man into Jim.
Have to give me a raise.
Well, hey, Harold, Dale says we'll match it.
Okay.
Mayor, your first item is the presentation on Boulder County Regional Housing Strategic Plan.
Oh, we can sit there. That'd be easier. It's a longer presentation, if that's okay. Sorry. Kathy Fedler, Housing and Community Investment Manager for the City of Longmont, and Frank Alexander, the Executive Director of the Boulder County Housing and Human Services Department, is here with me tonight to help present to you the regional housing plan, affordable housing plan for Boulder County as part of the partnership, regional partnership efforts. I think we're going to just jump right into the presentation, and then what we'd like to do afterwards is just hear comments from y'all and a little bit of discussion about what's being proposed. So first off, what we're going to talk about is the need for affordable housing, which you heard some information about from some of our audience members, and it's nothing that y'all haven't heard many times as we've been trying to navigate through the changes that we've been seeing since the recession in our housing market. The Regional Affordable Housing Plan tries to address this, and we're actively seeking support for this plan throughout the region, the county, and have actually been talking to the city and county of Broomfield and intend to talk to some of the Western Weld County communities as well, because our region is bigger than just Boulder County. So the plan includes priorities, goals, strategies, a timeline, some implementation monitoring, and then some next steps. So as we go through this, you will get that information, and I am going to Frank and I are going to tag team, and he's going to start. Do I do this? Nope. The other side. There we go.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for having me. My name is Frank Alexander, and I'm the director of the Department of Housing and Human Services for Boulder County and the executive director of the Boulder County Housing Authority. And at the break, I passed out just a quick one-page fact sheet about the services that our department provides in your community. Just as a couple examples, we provided about 52,000 direct supports to the residents of Longmont last year, including 34,000 unique individuals with health insurance, 15,000 with food assistance, 1,600 with housing support, 1,000 with financial service support, and about 800 with child care support. So many services for your community and a lot of understanding of the needs within the city of Longmont. And we're very excited to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this great progress that this consortium of communities across the county has produced over the last 15 months now. What I want to start with is just a brief overview, and a lot of this was spoken by your community members earlier, so I won't belabor the point. But we have really determined and defined that Boulder County really is an affordable housing crisis, and that a window of opportunity for us jurisdictions to come together across the county and the region is really now. The opportunity does exist. There are strategies that can be put in place, but the window is thin to activate. And especially what we have seen, Kathy and I have been working together for more than 13 years. The political will and the community desire for regional solutions around affordable housing has never been as high as we see it now. And so we have really come to you as one political body. This is actually our 25th presentation of this plan so far in the county, and we have about 20 more currently scheduled. And we will talk a little bit later about the summit that we're proposing for the elected officials throughout the county. A couple just data points to add on to what you heard earlier. About 9,000 market rate rental units were lost over the last 12 years just because of price appreciation. About 21,000 market rate homes that were affordable to low and moderate income households were also lost to inflation over that same period of time. As you all know very well, the 2013 floods put tremendous pressure on a limited housing stock in Boulder County, which exacerbated sort of our need to come up with regional solutions and also provided us a good framework for how we can do that. The percentage of wealthier households is increasing, and the inequity of the lower and middle classes and access to housing has grown. So younger families, city workers, county workers, school district employees are all having an incredibly difficult time finding housing in the community. Just a couple examples of this. About 63% of Boulder County's housing stock is currently valued at $300,000. Above $300,000, and about 76%. There's been a 76% increase in the average home price in the city of Longmont from 2010 to 2016. During this period of time, incomes have risen less than 10%, and we've also seen an appreciation of rents by about 36% in that same window of time in two-bedroom median rents, and 38% of Boulder County's population is renting. What that actually translates to, which are some pretty astonishing facts that have grown really tremendously in the last 3 to 5 years especially. But we currently have 40,000 plus individuals that are cost burdened or severely cost burdened throughout the county. This includes 10,000 renter households that are spending more than 30% of their income toward rent, and 15,000 renter households that are spending more than 50% of their income toward rent, which is a really unprecedented number in all of our assessments over the last 15 years. In every scientific survey that we have conducted countywide, affordable housing is now the most important issue that residents are saying we need to address as governmental entities across the county. And just a few of these are the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan Survey, the City of Longmont Citizen Survey, and the City of Boulder Citizen Survey. So we've seen a lot of growing political will in the communities for a regional solution toward affordable housing. In addition, our housing issues are deeply connected to our transportation infrastructure, our child care infrastructure, our job infrastructure, our in-commute infrastructure. And I know that you all know this very well, but we have tens of thousands of people commuting into the county every day to come in for work. More than, in my department's case, more than 55% of our employees now live outside of the county. I know the city is facing similar pressures with your employees, the school district likewise. And what we see in all of those situations is employees that are age 45 and up are able to reside in the community because they've been here for a long period of time, purchased their homes earlier. But younger workers coming out with their master's degrees, with their undergraduate degrees to come begin their employment with any local employer are having very difficult time residing in our communities.
So who are we talking about? Some of the speakers you heard tonight talked about the range of housing needs from homelessness all the way up to our employee base, our workforce. So giving an example, and this plan does include all of those. It's not, we are not parsing the population and talking about so many units for this population and so many units for that. It's as a whole, but we are inclusive of everyone from 0% income or zero income all the way up to our workforce. So as examples, here's a couple families that we pulled sample wages for a new teacher, a warehouse manager in this community, and the incomes that they make, and then looking at Longmont in particular, the incomes that are needed to afford our detached home, for-sale homes, our attached homes, and our rents that are shown by the blue, the red, and the purple is the rents lines. This is the income that's needed in our community to afford these products. So those two families that were highlighted, you can see Kate and Joe, which was the teacher and the retail sales clerk, cannot even afford to rent in Longmont at $63,000 or $2,000 total income, and or can barely afford to rent. And Marcos and Maria, the warehouse manager and child care worker, cannot afford to purchase a single-family detached home. The green line on this slide shows the median household incomes just for Longmont over the years, and you can see that those incomes are not keeping pace with the increasing cost of housing. And this one's selected for Longmont, not just because we're here in Longmont tonight. We've included it in all of our presentations because everyone thinks that Longmont's the most affordable place to live in Boulder County, and this kind of really shows it's not so much. So the Regional Affordable Housing Strategic Partnership came together, and it's made up of representatives from the City of Longmont, City of Boulder, Boulder County, all three housing authorities in the community that we joined together. We've been working on a number of different initiatives, and we came together around this, as Frank had indicated. This team that has joined together has more than 100 years of housing practice to the ideas that we're addressing and proposing, and we're going to go into some strategies, et cetera. The partnership, as I indicated, we've been building on this for a number of years. So the 10-year plan to address homelessness that we all came together to work on, there's been a number of intergovernmental agreements throughout the county. So those are a form of collaboration. The Home Consortium that we formed in 2007 to bring additional federal funding into Boulder County, and then the Flood Recovery Housing Working Group, and not just the Housing Working Group, but the entire collaborative coming together, but particularly that Housing Working Group that formed to consider how to spend the significant federal dollars that came into our community for new affordable rental housing and made decisions and worked together to prioritize projects for funding and arrive at mutually agreeable projects to fund with those monies. And what we learned was with additional large sums of money, in this case we got about $25 million, we were able to create almost 1,000 affordable housing homes within a 3 to 5 year period. We worked on public-private partnerships with larger financiers, so CHAFA, Colorado Housing Finance Authority, and the Colorado Division of Housing also joined together and added funding to the funds that we had available and agreed to jointly work together in different ways and collaborate together in different ways. That regional focus and supportive development on all the communities was a key to success, and a pipeline of projects and land that we already had available or that were teed up was critical to keeping units moving through the production line. So I think this is probably the fastest we've ever been able to get that many units in our county.
How many units?
Almost 1,000. So it's about 953, I think, something like that.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah.
Hijacking your
Go
meeting.
ahead. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Just so the amount that when we talked before, what was the target that we approved?
It
was 10%. And then what did that? What does that 10% number? What number of affordable units did we target?
In Longmont?
Our council goal was 10% of residential dwellings to be affordable housing. Correct?
Correct.
So my question is,
what does that translate to?
I don't remember what the number was. We had to increase it by a certain number, and I'm wondering that how much does that 950, whatever it is, represent of the percentage goal that we had?
Well, that was countywide, the 950. It wasn't just Longmont.
Okay. So my question is, how are we doing on what progress have we made?
So when we get further back in, if countywide, our goal is, I think it's somewhere between 9,000 and 15,000. Yeah. So 900 is what we've committed so far.
What about Longmont, though?
I'd have to go and get those figures. I'm not remembering off the top of my head.
Fair enough.
It's out of context.
That's all right. That's all right. I just want to know if we're doing our part.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So one of the things that we're going to talk about in a little bit, some of the tools that are possible to do, that each community can do, and part of this plan is to throw out some strategies and tools that communities can consider, and if they're not working on those, that they can consider if it's right for their community. But Longmont in particular has worked, as you know, for the past couple years in realigning our affordable housing program and our affordable housing goals along with our Envision Longmont process and trying to integrate our affordable housing goals into many of our different development plans and practices. So we changed our housing goals and policies as part of that Envision Longmont process, and they're much more specific and much more prominent and integrated in that plan. We set an affordable housing goal, like you indicated, of 10% of our homes should be permanently affordable. We are working to align our zoning with our future land use plan, so making the zoning match Envision Longmont, where we said we wanted to go with that, working through the development code to review and change regulations, policies, and processes that might hinder creation of affordable housing. You all approved us to do by right variances and modifications, such as increased heights or density bonuses for affordable housing that can be approved administratively by staff, which gives developers much more assurity that a project can move forward, and then increasing our fee waivers to help offset the cost of providing the affordable units. So those are some of the things that we've moved forward with and that other communities can learn from.
So our work on the plan, just to kind of give a quick little history, the Consortium of Cities directed this team in February of 2016 to come back within a year with a draft plan. And so we have a draft plan that's been in draft form since February. and it will remain in draft. We're taking tons of public comment at all of these presentations. We're getting lots of wonderful feedback that you'll hear as we move ahead. And our plan is to have it be in draft form and then get to a tighter version of this draft within 30 days of the summit that you'll hear being proposed, that you all will be part of, hopefully. And the plan itself is really, it's actually quite simple, and it has 5 key areas for strategies that we've laid out. And I think the first that we wanted to really emphasize is this common regional vision. And the plan has been developed specifically. What we've learned in the process of many years of work is really the political will has grown around regional solutions to lots of our most intractable problems. There's tremendous leadership throughout the county in all the elected bodies for issues of this type, and there is really no way for progress to be made in this particular area without a consolidated effort. So the plan was really developed to allow for a common regional vision that all elected bodies would come together to adopt. And then the plan allows for tremendous local flexibility in the implementation of the strategies unique to each community to help achieve that regional goal, which has been really essential in all of the communities. So we've met with cities and towns throughout the county already. All of them will have their own individual presentations prior to the summit between now and early September. And I think that combination of draft adoption, lots of discussion in the community, common vision with regional flexibility is really increasing the support and our ability to actually see that it's quite doable, the strategies that we can implement. The other 4 strategies are beginning the process of looking at how to bolster financial resources, really deeply understanding as a region how we secure a pipeline moving into the future. So you'll see Kathy will speak to the timeline, but this plan is an 18-year plan from 2017 to 2035. So the securing of land and redevelopment opportunities and developing a pipeline to help achieve this regional goal is really essential over that window of time, as is the preservation of existing affordable housing stock. So there's a division that you'll see as I'll go through the next slides about new development combined with acquisition and preservation. And then the 5th is really using the regulatory processes that each city and town has and the county has to help achieve those goals. And Kathy mentioned a few of those on the last slide. So the basic gist of the plan is actually quite simple. We started with a where will build out be under current zoning in Boulder County in 2035. And our estimation, working with planning departments, et cetera, is that there will be approximately 150,000 housing units in Boulder County in 2035. We proposed a range of affordability for the elected officials to contemplate, between 10 and 15% of that complete build-out in Boulder County by 2035, which would mean we are suggesting that there be between 15,000 and 22,500 permanently affordable housing units throughout the county in all the jurisdictions by 2035. The division of those units is as you see on this table. So we propose an equitable, a 50% division between acquisition and new construction. This would be the low end of it. So there are currently 6,000 permanently affordable units in Boulder County. Therefore, we would need to produce or acquire between 9,000 and 16,500 over this next 18-year window. What you see here is the low end. So we're proposing that half of that be new construction and half of that be acquisition. Should the councils and the county adopt a regional plan that's more aggressive than 10%, 15%, we propose that any additional increment above the 10% all be acquisition, so that the development pipeline, regardless, between now and 2035 will be the same, regardless of the range that is discussed. We are proposing countywide that there be 70% of these permanently affordable units be rental and 30% be home ownership units. The rental units are projected to be between 0 and 60% of the area median income, and the for sale units, homeownership units between 60 and 120. So there's both a middle income strategy and a more moderate and lower income strategy, as well as a rental and homeownership strategy. This is sort of a rough, I mean, as you can tell, extremely rough map of the distribution of these units over time. So you'll see that we're projecting sort of in the greater Boulder area for there to be about 7,000 total permanent affordability. In the East County, Lafayette, Louisville, Superior region for there to be about 3,000, for there to be about 5,000 in the greater Longmont area, and then a smaller distribution in the smaller mountain towns.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. If you can go back one slide.
Yes.
So those numbers, like the 5,000 in Longmont, the 7,000 in Boulder, are those in excess of what we have now?
So this would be a total number of, as you can see, 15,100, which
total when we're done.
Yes, this is the 10% goal.
Okay, and it includes which we have now.
Yes.
Okay.
So this would be the total with the 6,000 included in these numbers. So this is just the additional 9,000 added to the existing stock.
Thank you.
So the projected financial cost for this obviously ranges depending on the number of units acquired, number of units developed over the window of time. We currently have about $15 million per year to produce 300 current units. So to get to the 9,000, we propose 600 units per year for 15 years. So there's a 3-year ramp-up period with then 600 units per year for 15 years, which is doubling our existing production, which would mean we would need about 15 million more per year of multiple funding streams to help us get to that goal. And then depending on and that's $50,000 per unit subsidy put into the plan. If we increase the subsidy, we increase the total amount needed. If we increase the total number of units, we increase the total amount needed. And there's a full table in the plan that goes through each percentage increase from 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, et cetera, to the 15 goal. To help achieve the financial resources, we propose that in this first 3 years that basically the elected bodies would adopt the regional plan and then begin to think through all of these strategies in combination. So it's very important to understand that money is only one tool. As we land bank, it reduces costs. As we change regulatory processes, it reduces costs. As we look at opportunities within each jurisdiction to increase affordability through a number of different strategies, that reduces the amount of additional revenue needed per unit because we create pipelines for work. So as you can see by the recent example of the City of Lafayette and the county's partnership to put under contract a 24-acre parcel for land banking for affordable housing, there are some really significant strategies that we have possible in this window of time that allows for greater flexibility moving forward. As the question of funding lands on the elected bodies in specifically, these are a few of the areas that the team has begun to explore. So one or more ballot initiatives for affordable housing countywide. Some cities have also been looking actively at their own fees inside of their communities to help achieve this affordable housing goal. Most of the communities that we've discussed are really looking forward to trying to do that regionally as opposed to sort of city and town by city and town. Portions of sales and property tax obviously could be used as part of that solution, extending and increasing the worthy cause taxes, looking at a variety of the other types of fees and taxes that each city and town collects, and looking at local commercial linkage fees have all been really looked at. So those are sort of topics for further consideration.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. This kind of bothers me a little bit. You're talking. I mean, this looks like it's talking about increasing taxes on people we're trying to help live here, whether it's sales tax or property tax. That seems a little counterintuitive to me. I guess that's a statement, but I understand, we have, a sales tax rate of 8.26 right now, which is in some instances is greater than some of the metropolitan cities in the United States that don't have income tax, state income tax. Has the group thought of that, about how that's going to affect? As I've told folks, Boulder County is expensive dirt to live in. Is there going to be subsidized tax reductions for folks so they can live here? How's that going to work? I guess that's my question.
Well, the task that was before the staff of these different communities that came together at the behest of the consortium was to come back with a regional plan that had a series of strategies, all of which have interplaying factors, and they all involve trade-offs. So there is obviously the do-nothing solution, and it's pretty easy to see sort of where the trajectory of that solution moves. Should we adopt a regional goal, which has really been what we've heard from most elected officials in most of the communities so far, and we're anticipating that you all as elected bodies will have that conversation, then there are really what we see as those 5 key strategies and the interplay of those strategies. So again, revenue is an important consideration and necessary in building affordable housing, and there are a number of ways to get there, and there are a number of different levels to that conversation.
I guess that didn't answer my question at all. It just kind of worked around it. Again, that's going to be, I guess, the question. I've been advocating that the do-nothing plan is not going to work, but it seems that everyone looks to Longmont to do something and not anyone else. I see the Longmont area is going to potentially have 5,000, Superior, Louisville, Lafayette, 3,000. I'm looking for the equity. I'm not seeing the equity. And then when you're proposing a portion of sales tax potentially going to the ballot for increase of potential sales tax, you hurt folks that you're trying to help. It just seems a little. Go ahead, Kathy.
So I think you're right. I think these are all things that we really have to take a look at and consider. And I think, as Frank said, it's not going to be one solution. It's not going to be one sales tax. It's going to be multiple revenue sources from multiple things. I think we are going to have to look at what the development community should cover, what the business community should cover, and what citizens should cover. I mean, when we had inclusionary zoning, we heard time and again, that not one industry should be bearing the brunt of this. So trying to look globally at how to bring these resources to bear is going to be a bear, quite frankly.
I agree.
So figuring that out is something, and I think that's part of what the goal of the summit is also, is to hear from you guys about what makes sense, what you can live with, what you can't live with as a group.
And it's also what the governmental bodies can live with.
Exactly.
And I get that, but increasing taxes, sometimes I don't like to increase rates of water or electric rates or what have you, but when you hurt those folks that most need it, and every tax proposal, I sit here and go, God, is this going to really, can the local governmental bodies do without this for a period of time? I'm not saying this isn't a worthy. I don't want to use worthy cause because that's its own tax, but its own worthy goal. I see some value there, but however, we keep increasing for this, that, it seems like it looks like a grab, which is in the end going to hurt not only those less fortunate, but overall the entire area in county for having a very high tax rate.
I thank you for your comments. I appreciate those. And in terms of the distribution, the real discussion has been shared and regional collaboration. And again, the 150,000 build-out unit is countywide, so that the 10% or 11 or 12 or 13 or 14, wherever wherever we land is really a shared regional goal. And we've already seen some very significant partnerships in other jurisdictions and really significant strategies to try to increase the availability and accessibility of affordable housing, which is really growing as the partnership has just been working on its draft plan. So I think we feel pretty encouraged by that work and feel that the elected bodies coming together across all of these jurisdictions actually can really understand what each community is doing, cross-fertilize with each other, and really focus on that notion of a common vision with different strategies per jurisdiction.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. In the plan, I really liked that the collaboration between all of the different agencies. I think that's key. However, it's always easy to spend other people's money, and what I don't see is any cross-sector collaboration. I don't see any developers or builders or realtors whose livelihoods will be directly affected by some of these issues at the table. I don't see any cross-sector collaboration, and I just think that to make this successful, you really need to have those people at the table. That would be my suggestion.
So I think that's part of the next steps as we move into figuring out how to implement this, assuming that we get the go-ahead from all the different governing bodies. And to speak to Councilmember Santos' point as well, a lot of the things that we can work on a community-by-community basis might cost money in different ways, but it isn't necessarily costing the public money, but some of the things I talked about that Longmont's already doing, like realigning your development goals and development codes, increasing entitlements for affordable housing so that more assurity, people would be more assured that they can move forward with the project and not get stopped. Adopting inclusionary housing is a really good way to get units. That's something that I understand we're not doing here, but other communities might want to consider that, and that might help increase units in their community. Really looking to existing land uses and how can we redevelop those, how can we increase density to get quote-unquote bonus units that might be for affordable housing. Looking at land that we have available, not just owned by the government, but also maybe by the school districts or some of the other public entities, or even private sector church groups, et cetera. Are we having the best use of those lands, or is there a way we can repurpose those that would support affordable housing? May not cost anything to do if we can get to the right folks and figure that out. And then continuing to preserve existing affordable housing and/or gain back some market attainable housing is probably sometimes more cost effective than building new. And I have to say that the town of Superior got excited about that. They really could see where they could contribute in providing affordable housing units through an acquisition program of transferring market units into an affordable housing inventory, because it doesn't change the look of their community. The units are already there. It made sense to them, and so that was exciting to me to see that Superior saw themselves in this plan as well. So I think there is a lot of things that the different communities could take a look at and maybe think a little differently. And having the partners be able to provide maybe sample policies or model policies for communities so they don't have to reinvent the wheel is going to be a time saver and money saver for them as well. So as Frank indicated, this is a 18-year, can't do the math that quick, time frame, and we're really looking at the first 3 years to be the planning phase and kind of trying to ramp up and acquire and build units while we're going, but knowing that we can't get the full steam ahead until we get some bolstered financial resources or start making some significant changes in regulatory processes, but then really hit the implementation stage in those last 15 years is kind of what we're thinking right now. So as we indicated, we have been making a lot of presentations to a lot of different groups. We've heard from many different folks, the business community, and as you know, we presented to the Longmont Economic Development Partnership, who's indicating that workforce housing is getting to be a real issue in Longmont. And I included that information in your packet as well. We have heard about transportation-based solutions and making sure that any housing developed is around transit-oriented corridors, how to meet home ownership goals, what's the private developer's role, bringing them in will be a key thing, having flexibility for each community, that whole region boundaries, like I said. Longmont Housing Authority works with Western Weld communities quite a lot. We consider them in our region since it's the St. Vrain Valley School District region. So bringing those communities in, and Broomfield is in the home consortium already, so bringing them in as well. So kind of broadening that region would be helpful as well. So these are all things that we have heard and we've gotten so far and will be incorporated in some fashion into the plan, as well as what we hear tonight and in the future. And then, as we also indicated, we have a plan to have a summit, particularly for the elected officials from the town boards and city councils and the county commissioners to come together to hear about what each community is doing to support and further affordable housing efforts, and begin to discuss what each community is willing to do to support future housing efforts, make changes to policies, discuss possible funding scenarios, etc. So one of the things we'd like to hear about is who else, if anyone, should be involved. Should we involve planning boards? Should we involve economic development folks? Or do you prefer that summit to be just around the elected official town board bodies? And is there other purposes or other things that you wanted to hear about or discuss at this summit? And it's planned for September 8th. I think it's 7:30 to 10:30
Labor Day week
in the morning. This was select. It's the next week.
It's next week.
I don't. It was selected by the town managers group, town and city managers group.
Let's talk to one of them about that.
Dennis.
Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Your question about who should be at the summit, actually, I think Councilwoman Finley had a good idea that we should have some developers there as to what is holding them back and why we're not getting the inventory that we need, because their input is very important. I also think that perhaps realtors, as to what they need. Realtors need to sell homes. That's what they do. So we need to be able to build them. And why aren't we doing that?
Build or turn inventory.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I just looked at my calendar. So Labor Day is the 4th. Looks that way. That's Labor Day week. That's unfortunate because I'm out of town that week. The town managers and city managers came up with this date, huh? Harold! Yeah, it's your birthday, for crying out loud.
It's actually my birthday, so I'm going to be working that day. We've sent out actually other communication to see if there's any other dates. It seems like everyone's hitting this date. The other thing that we're trying to manage is the IEP2 conference is going on at the same time, so we're going to have some staff, specifically Karen, that's going to be at that. So I know we've been communicating with the group to see if there's another possible date. I don't know if we've heard anything back. Okay. Yeah, we were told no, thank you. So
that's unfortunate. I think that's people go out of town.
Well, it's always probably pretty hard to pick a date that everybody. I mean, it's always going to be a herding cat kind of problem. But so, yeah. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess my 2 cents isn't. I guess it's as I'm sitting here thinking, I don't know if you'd call it insight. That would mean that my opinion actually means something. I guess the one thing that strikes me is that Longmont is not Boulder. and you're like, duh. But I guess what strikes me is that we're in two different circumstances. Boulder is a more established real estate community, meaning that real estate prices there are higher than Longmont, right? And so the need for affordable housing there is more dire than here even, right? And so when I hear this discussion, I panic a little, and I've got schizophrenia, right? As a homeowner, I'm like, wait a second. As a homeowner, I want my real estate prices to be off the charts now that I own a house, right? It's why I'm fighting to make Longmont beautiful. I want pretty streets and parks and trails and rec centers and good city government and good staff. And I want everybody to love each other. And I want everybody to be jealous of my town. Because at the end of the day, I rely, my home, just like most people who own homes, that's the biggest piece of investment, at least I have, right? So we've got a long way to go before my home here equates to the same size home as Boulder, for example, or that same home in Boulder. But at the same time, the altruistic, love your fellow human being, city leader part of me says that we need to find a way to help people, economically speaking. We need to figure out a way to provide for our working class, those who are, 80, 70, 50, 30% of the AMI. But so the insight was this. The thing is that when we're talking and throwing up these graphs, it's not necessarily a disease. It's not a plague that our real estate, our rentals, our rental units, our home prices, it's increasing. I think that's a great, great thing. The real question is, so in my mind, just to be perfectly clear, I'm fighting to increase those things, 90%. And I think when we talk about this topic, we need to remind ourselves and remember that we're going to cut out 10%, and we want to freeze that portion of the market. We want to just hold a small piece as we grow as affordable. And so when we're talking about a summit, I don't want to go in and sit and think and feel like I am now, which is, right now we're talking about keeping it all affordable. Next week at City Council, we're going to be talking about development and how and ways to make property values increase. So I just think we need to be clear that we're only talking about 10%. Yeah. Everything else can run away at enormous prices, but we're just holding firm on 10%. And I think if we approach it that way, all of a sudden, as a homeowner, I go, oh yeah, no, I'm in. But if we start making the mistake and giving the impression that we're not about protecting people's assets, I think we're going to lose people. And I think that's where the concern comes from when you hear people, and I don't remember who it was in the very beginning, I think it might have been Edwina Salazar from the Hour Center, who said we hear people push back and they're not very open to this. And I think that they come from a point of view that says, don't take away what I've fought to build so far. So just something to keep in mind.
I think I'm going to weigh in here. Everything in life is a balancing act. And sure, we all want our housing prices to go up. But part of that, the reason why our housing prices are so good is because you have good businesses here. And the reason why you have good businesses is, in the past, our employees could afford to live here. And now that they can't. So you've got to address that problem if you want to keep attracting companies, for these $60,000 jobs, or these teachers and, your firefighters and policemen. You want them living in your community. And so we need to find that balance where the community is still healthy, but yet we can afford to provide the entry-level jobs to these teachers and firefighters and warehouse workers. And because if we don't do that, then everything's going to come crashing down. So, at some point, you've got to keep that engine growing. That engine growing is jobs, and jobs are because you've got workers that can afford to live in your community. So it's a balance. You know, there's not, that's why you need a multiple solutions, and you need to consider everything in the box, and you just need to work together. You know, that's my 2 cents. Councilmember Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate what you said, because it is true that we, businesses can't do anything without employees who provide them with the wealth they make. So I'm sure that a lot of people like having their property values increase, but I can tell you, as somebody who's retired, I don't want to see this skyrocketing property value because I can't afford property taxes. People are having to leave here because they can't even afford the homes that they own because of property taxes. And this is, it's really gotten it's gotten to be an obscene thing. Back to what Councilman Finley suggested. I think it is good to have some speakers from the real estate community and from the development community and from the business community, because all of us have to put in something. We've done but I don't want them to dominate, because I want this to be a governance discussion. We're the ones who have to solve the mess that we have right now, which has been created by bad policy. And I think we've done a great job in Longmont at incenting developers to provide affordable housing. And they have provided almost no affordable housing. It's been created by Boulder County Housing Authority and by Longmont Housing Authority. So we need to stop just giving people incentives and actually demand what we need. If you don't demand what you need, you're not going to get it. So we need to consider some other things that you've suggested here, like examining the real estate transfer tax, which is illegal on a statewide basis. That's ridiculous, but we know where that came from. And inclusionary housing, certainly inclusionary housing for annexed property. And some of the other things that we have turned our back on in the past, we need to take a look at it so that we do realign ourselves with the countywide and regional problems. Because the only way, as you've said, when we have a bundle of money and we can direct it at one thing, we can make a great deal of headway. And this is better for developers if they know we've got this pipeline that's coming along. We can count on that. And we will work with you, and we'll bend over backwards to get you what you need if you give us affordable housing. So anyway, that's my opinion, that we need to, coming up to this summit, which I think is a wonderful idea, we need to be talking about re-examining some of the things we've turned our backs on. Because if we want to work with the development and the business community, they also have to be contributing something to this too. The reason people can't afford housing is because our wages have basically been flat in the United States since 1972. So, and meanwhile, profits from real estate have skyrocketed. So it's completely out of alignment, and we have to all put a little bit into this, everybody. So thank you.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing that the LEDP has told us in Longmont, and I'm wondering if it would be an issue that you would want to discuss at this summit, is that we have a sizable inventory of commercial properties that cannot be rented because they are not up to the standards of what companies want. And so if I understood them correctly, we're not getting companies coming here because we can't afford. So my question is, in thinking this through, and I'm specifically thinking in Longmont of the lovely office buildings that are lying vacant on Fordham. Would it be possible to ask other cities and even Longmont to consider rezoning some of those commercial areas to being residential. We can do anything with zoning. We always have. And turning those into affordable housing, because the timeline you show here is too long for me. We have needs right now, and turning some of those, especially ground level office buildings, into residential areas. Some of them, they all have plumbing, they all have electricity. Some of them have rooms with microwaves and kitchen areas. They would be perfectly fine for elderly people who want street level walk-in, disabled people, et cetera. And it would also be in our Envision Longmont plan part of a work area where we could, I'm sorry, I'm saying it wrong, where you're combining work living areas together on bus routes, on transportation. Everything's there. They would just need to be repurposed and get that out of the commercial inventory, which would be really good for that area, and offer that to the commercial property owners and see if they can get them rented rather than having them sit there vacant for years. So that's my suggestion, and is see if other municipalities are looking at the same type of situation.
So just to jump, I think it's going to be location specific on that question, because as you look at some of the conversations we've had on economic development, it's also how much land do we have available for industrial development, because on the other side of the equation, we know that we have a finite supply of that too for future economic development reasons. So that's going to be a different factor that comes in. Mayor, if it's okay, I want to kind of swing back to a question.
Sure.
So there was a question about the numbers in each city,
Okay.
and I wanted Kathy and Frank to talk about how those numbers were developed. If you could do that real quick.
Yeah, I think first we didn't actually develop numbers by city and town because we didn't think that that was going to be a productive use of time. So that map was just to give sort of a broad quadrant of the county distribution, but really there's been no discussion about how many units per.
But when you came up with the 5,000 and the 3,000, how did you do that?
That was, again, it was a total build out, 10% per area.
Yeah, so I wanted to swing back to that because I think that was the question is, so we set a goal for 10, council looked at it for Longmont, we set a goal of 10%. So we obviously look in our planning documents and we say, what is that build out number going to be? And we applied the 10% to that number, and that's what led to the number.
Right.
In our case, again, that was the Longmont area as they described it, but in our own plan, we'll look at 10% of that total number. That same process was actually utilized for those broader regions, so it was really the build-out number times 10%. Here's your number.
Okay.
So we're all
Doing the
working
same.
on 10% of that total build-out.
So it's all related to our build-out size, basically, so it is
Correct.
equitable from that point of view. Thank you. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I guess I've a question for Kathy. We're going to be losing some affordable housing over the next 10 or 15 years because of the age out of their deed restrictions. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's anticipated.
And do we expect those properties to come off the affordable housing rolls, or do we have any way of knowing that now?
Several of them are on their Section 8 properties, so they're on an annual renewal as project-based, and so far they have not come off. We do touch base with them about whether or not they're considering that. Some of the other ones that are maybe under the CHAFA or the tax credits, they have a longer-term use restriction. I always forget the name of it, Allura. So they may have a 15-year period for the tax credits, but then they may have a 30 or 40-year window for the long-term use restriction. Those we also keep track of and try and keep in contact with them, and also talk about what we can do to help refinance or keep those in. And a lot of them, what we have found, have re-tax credited. So they've gone back in and to CHAFA and have reissued a refinance through the tax credit program. So far we haven't lost anything too substantial, but eventually is going to happen, especially if something comes up here pretty quickly.
Yeah,
in this market.
So we've factored that into our equation at all? I mean, we're going to lose some, we have to gain those back to make back to zero, right?
Yeah, and I think that's factored into the acquisition of units, so it's not just trying to convert, although that would be our best possible world, but also continuing to keep affordable.
Okay, I just want to make that point also. We have not only to build more, but we have to make sure we keep what we can.
Right, exactly.
What we already have.
Yep.
We talk about affordable housing as in Longmont it's 50% of AMI, and in general it's 60% of AMI as far as for
50% for rental, 80% for
80%, yeah,
home
okay.
ownership. Uh-huh.
So then we have to make sure that, I mean, this is workforce housing for the most part. If that's my assumption on this. And without a good, solid workforce in Longmont, I think we're going to stifle our potential economic development. I mean, this is just by all, housing by any means is infrastructure. And if we don't support our infrastructure significantly in the future, then we are, whether it's water or sewer, I mean, you want your sewer to work, right? We want to have a place for people to live in Longmont, because this is where this is what creates a thriving community, and one that grows, and one that's a community, not just a place for people to sleep at night. I think that's what we want in Longmont, not just a bedroom community, but a place where people want to be. And we have to, somehow we have to make sure that we have access to all levels of income. I mean, I've said many times that it's not just it's an affordable housing crisis, but for who? Everybody. It's not just workforce, but workforce is feeling the pain the most. And I like the idea of making sure we get a summit together. I think it's good to put the people in the room that make the decisions and say, all right, what's your best idea for solving this? One thing I am heartened by is that you put up the graphic that had 5,000 affordable units in Longmont by 2035, but the one you didn't show was the one we have almost 2,400 right now. So we're well on our way. So I don't think it's all a doom and gloom thing. I think it's a matter of how do we make sure that we are making progress on it, and make sure that we're not saying it's going to be too expensive to live here. I mean, my assessed value went up 40%, and that's unsustainable. But it's fact of life. So what do we have to do that? And if we look at it as infrastructure, how do we pay for infrastructure today? Taxes.
Mayor, if I can also talk a little bit about the summit. I know when we had the retreat with the City Council, one of the things that came up when we were talking about this conversation was there were a lot of questions about, well, what's happening in other communities? What are other communities doing? How are they going to be part of the solution? And so when we had the Boulder County Managers Group, those were some of the things that we talked about. We actually, one of the things that happened is council asked in that retreat to see how can we get everyone together and bring this conversation forward. And so that was really the genesis, I think, at least from our standpoint. I think they were already talking about it. You provided an impetus for us to engage in that conversation. And so as we were talking about the issue, I think everyone is saying the same thing, is what is the other city doing? And I think this is an opportunity for us to share with each other about what we're doing. But I think it's really a good opportunity for us to coalesce as a county, but as you also heard, a region, so that we all have a piece of the pie. Because if we all go off and we're on our own, then there's going to be some areas that are going to have a bigger piece of the pie, and there's going to be some areas that have a smaller piece of the pie. And I think this is a way that we can really take that strategy and apply it to the broader region, and it brings an equity across the entire county.
I absolutely agree that this is a regional problem and we need to work and collaborate amongst all the cities in Boulder County.
And we'll make another run at September 8th to see if we can come up with something.
Yeah, this is good. Well, thank you.
Okay, so any other comments as you look at the plan more closely? Just let me know any comments you have, and I'll pass those on. And thank you for your time and attention.
Okay.
And I have one question as we're entering the budget process. As we looked at the Affordable Housing Fund, that's been a priority that you have continued to indicate to me, and I am seeing that as a continuing priority in this budget process as we move forward.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, I think it's time for another 5-minute break.
Does no one else find it ironic?
All right, I guess we better get back to work. Can everybody take their seats and we can get to our second item in the study session?
You're going to match that 12,000, right? Out of your budget? Put you on the spot.
Mayor Combs and members of council, I'm Dale Rademacher, General Manager of Public Works and Natural Resources. Tonight we're going to talk with you and give you an update on two sort of important projects that the staff has been working on now for a number of years, those being the Spring Gulch No. 2 Greenway and Trail, as well as Union Reservoir Trail. And with me tonight is Kathy Crone from our Natural Resources Division and Laura Decker from our Engineering Division. It's just to show that natural resources and engineering can actually work together. So this is a test to see how this works. They say. So things we want to go over tonight. We want to give you an update on the use of open space funds, and I want to spend a little bit of time with council on that, sort of go over what we're doing, how we're doing it. And then at the end of the presentation, I want to come back and sort of check in and get your thoughts on whether we are or are not sort of following both a process and an approach that you're comfortable with. And then I'm going to ask Laura to come up and give an update on some projects. Or Kathy, are you doing that overview? I'll say Kathy's going to do the overview on the overall projects, and then Laura will talk about Spring Gulch 2. Kathy will wrap up with Union Reservoir, and then, again, we'll get want to have some discussion with you and get some clarity and direction to make sure. And so as we're looking at this, I wanted to show this map for a couple of reasons, and the area that I want council to sort of focus on is the what we call the Adrian open space, which is that land that's on the southwest side of Union Reservoir. And you can see that there's different colors on that property. The blue that's adjacent to the reservoir was land that was acquired with the water fund for the eventual enlargement of Union Reservoir. The green was open space property that was acquired with open space bond funds. And then I don't know if that's purple or red, in the center was acquired with the storm drainage bond funds. And council, some of you may remember, but at the time that we were doing the Adrian open space, we made the decision and the strategy that instead of trying to build a constructed channel through that area along Spring Gulch, that instead we would use the storm drainage funds to acquire what is the floodplain of Spring Gulch and leave it as farmland, leave it in its current state, and acknowledge that it likely will flood at times, knowing that what you're flooding then are fields instead of homes. And so that was a sort of a deliberate strategy in lieu of building an engineered channel all the way through that area. So one of the topics, again, we want to talk with you about is the use of the city's open space funds. And, you know, the primary source of that, obviously, is the open space sales tax that everyone pays. And over the years, I believe it was in 2009, the city went to the voters and issued bonds that were supported and paid for by the open space taxes. And so what we're showing here are the different categories, if you will, on how the funds are currently being spent. That first category is land acquisition. And that has been and probably is the sort of the benchmark of why we have an open space tax in the first place, was to acquire properties. Primarily what Longmont has acquired have been properties in Weld County, in the vicinity of Union, and also to the south, south of Highway 119. And for a number of reasons, all of which were spelled out in the open space tax. But it was protection of riparian areas, creating buffers between Longmont and other communities, and those criteria that were set out in the open space tax. Another one, the next one down, are nature areas. We used to call those district parks, and so it's the same as district parks. So Sandstone District Park is a district park. Union Reservoir is a district park. Jim Ham is a district park. Those were also identified as important attributes and aspects of the overall open space program, that we wanted to be able to use those funds to support those attributes of our community as well. The next one was trails. And again, trails were listed as one of the components, if you will, of the overall open space mix of future expenditures. And then lastly, property maintenance, and that's a small area there, and that was for maintenance of facilities out at Union Reservoir. And I don't anticipate that we're going to be spending a lot of open space money on maintenance going forward, but I wanted to show that. So what you see is that from 2009 up to this year, we have spent about $21 million, and about $11 million of that was on acquiring land, and $7 million coming into trails, and a little under $2 million going into the district park nature areas. Going forward, over those next two columns, from 18 to 22, which is your next 5-year CIP, we're showing about $2 million coming into land acquisition and about $3.4 million into trails, and so on. As we extended this all the way out, the tax is set to sunset in 2033, and so we showed revenues out to that point. What we're trying to demonstrate here is that over the life of the tax, at least in this current plan, we would be scheduled to spend around $20 million on land acquisitions, about the $2 million or so under nature areas, about $10 million on trails, and the 300-some thousand on property. What this all comes back to is that years ago, and this was back in probably 2008, 2009 timeframe, and I think Gordon's still here. So we were having this similar discussion with City Council. And at the time, in that discussion, the council expressed an interest to be able to look at a variety of expenditures out of that open space fund, in addition to just land acquisition. And it was things like providing access for residents and completing trails. And so to that end, the city conducted several community-wide outreach efforts. The one that comes to mind for me first was Focus on Longmont, in which the residents pretty clearly told us they desired and wanted to have trails, and in particular they wanted trail connections completed across the city. I think we heard that similar kind of response in the Envision Longmont process, and I think we also heard it in the Parks and Trails Master Plan. So our community has been fairly consistent with regards to we want trails. I would also say, again, the origin of the tax was really also generated and passed in order to acquire property. So what you see here is about a 2/3, 1/3 split, if you will, between what I categorize as trails and improvements versus acquiring property. And so that's one thing we want you to just think about as we go through this presentation. And then at the end of it, I would like to come back and have that discussion with the council as a check-in. Are we on the right path? And you frankly look at this in every budget cycle, and you certainly look at it in every CIP. And so tonight isn't your only chance to see it, but I did want to have that check-in. So with that, unless anybody has any questions right now, I'm going to turn it over to Kathy to sort of talk about the trails. Okay.
Well, thanks. Again, my name's Kathy Crone. I'm a project manager with the Natural Resources Division in Public Works and Natural Resources. And before getting into the specific project updates, I wanted to provide an overview of our existing and future trail system on the east side of town. This exhibit shows the Spring Gulch No. 2 Greenway, which I'll use the mouse. Spring Gulch No. 2 Greenway Trail, as well as the Union Reservoir Trail. And we wanted to show it in the context of the existing trail system It also shows a little bit of the St. Vrain Greenway Trail that's not yet complete, the Phase 13, which heads east to St. Vrain State Park. And the other trail shown here in red is missing connections in the Oligarchy Greenway. That's currently being looked at this year in a conceptual design study. So the red segments on this map represent the funded projects in the current 5-year CIP. The gray portion of the Union Reservoir Trail, shown here, that's the portion that's not yet approved and is not currently funded. And I can talk more about that when I'm talking specifically about the Union Reservoir Trail. And the orange trails are obviously the existing. And so the primary reason for showing this exhibit in the broader context of our system is to demonstrate really what a huge connection this Spring Gulch No. 2 trail makes. It not only connects, this is Stephen Day Park, to Sandstone Ranch, but you can see how it also connects to the St. Vrain Greenway, which connects to Left Hand, which connects to Spring Gulch No. 1. Going north, you connect, this is kind of the Tri-State Greenway, which connects you to the Rough and Ready. So it really is a big connection in our overall system. And obviously it also creates access out to Union Reservoir, which is going to drive more trails and more improvements needed out at Union Reservoir, because it's going to bring more people out there. I think I also want to point out this map also shows some of the arterial side paths which create connections in our system. And arterial side paths are basically 8-foot wide sidewalks in the right-of-way. So good examples of this are kind of along 3rd Avenue, Highway 119, the new sidewalk along the hospital, Martin Street's kind of a good representative of that. And so these types of connections, in addition to our greenway system, create the diversity of transportation alternatives in our system that create recreation connections and transportation connections that work together. So the photos next to the map kind of depict the difference in these. This photo along County Line Road shows an arterial side path type of connection. And then this is a photo of the existing Spring Gulch No. 2 Greenway Trail to the north. And so both are important aspects to our system in getting where we, getting the full connectivity that we're looking for. But as you can see, they just provide different experiences. And our greenway trails are really important to providing that passive recreation opportunity, connection with nature, that type of use that our users are looking for. And so the trails we're currently working on, the trails in red, they've been envisioned by the city for quite some time. They were delayed somewhat due to the 2013 flood, obviously. Planning for these trails date back to the 1995 comprehensive plan. The St. Vrain Greenway master plan dates back to 1993. And even early versions of the Union Reservoir plan show a loop trail dating back to 1986. And they also remain, as Dale said, they also remain priorities in our current planning efforts in Envision Longmont in the Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan. And so we're still trying to move forward with those priorities. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Laura to give you an update on the Spring Gulch No. 2 Greenway Trail.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and council members. Again, my name is Laura Decker, and I'm a civil engineer in Public Works and Natural Resource Department. I am the project manager for the Spring Gulch No. 2 project. I just wanted to give you an overview and an update on this project. So the Spring Gulch No. 2 project is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1 was constructed in 2014 and includes a sidewalk along State Highway 119 from the intersection of 3rd Avenue and Ken Pratt Boulevard and runs east down to Spring Gulch No. 2. Included in this phase was a box culvert that was designed to pass the 100-year storm event. It also serves as a grade separate pedestrian crossing and provides connection to Sandstone Ranch. Phase 2 includes construction of a greenway trail and from Stephen Day Park down to Union Reservoir, and will end at Weld County Road 26. Included in this phase is a couple pedestrian bridges. One will cross Spring Gulch, number 2, and one will cross the Union Inlet Ditch. Also included will be box culverts under Weld County Line Road. One of the box culverts serves as a grade separate pedestrian crossing. So the channel upstream and downstream of Weld County Line Road will need to be deepened and widened in order for the construction of these box culverts. Through the years, Spring Gulch number 2 has been channelized due to agriculture. So with the Spring Gulch number 2 project, we will be working to kind of make it a more natural stream, installing riparian areas and plantings along the stream. So there will also be, we will also extend the sidewalk down to 9th Avenue. This will be an at-grade crossing at the light so that when the pedestrian underpass is closed, we can direct people down to the light to cross. And then construction for Phase 2 is scheduled to start in fall of 2017. And then Phase 3, Phase 3 will start at Union Reservoir at Weld County Road 26, and will extend south and meet up with Phase 1. Included in this phase is an at-grade crossing of County Road 26 and a pedestrian underpass under the Great Western Railroad. There will also be some drainage improvements along Spring Gulch where it runs parallel with the Union outfall ditch. During high flows, there's been some erosion and some damage to irrigation structures that need to be repaired. So just to give you an update on where we currently are in the project, so Phase 2 and 3, we are almost to 90% design. It is anticipated that we will be at final design at the end of the summer. Phase 2 will be bid late summer or early fall, with construction to start in the fall. And construction is anticipated to take 1 year. And then also Phase 3 again will be constructed in 2019. Then I was just going to go through a little bit of the funding for summary for Spring Gulch number 2. This funding for Spring Gulch number 2 project comes from many different sources. The project includes funding from open space, street, storm drainage, and water funds. The conceptual design for Spring Gulch number 2 was done in 2011, cost $145,000. Final design for Phase 1 was done in 2012, and was $245,000. And then the final design for Phases 2 and 3 was started in 2013, but was put on hold due to flood-related priorities. We started up the design again in 2016, and the cost for this is $472,000. And then our construction costs are as follows. The construction cost for Phase 1 was $3.2 million. And then currently we have budgeted $5.2 million for Phase 2. We have about $4.1 in the 2017 CIP and about $1.1 in carry forward dollars. St. Vrain Valley School District will also be participating in the funding of Phase 2. Currently they have contributed $125,000. That is included in the 2017 CIP. They will need to contribute an additional $286,000 for construction of Phase 2. And then our current engineering cost estimate for Phase 2 is $5.7 million. But we will not know, we may need to do a CIP amendment, but we will not know actual costs until this project is bid. And then Phase 3 construction cost estimate is $1.85 million. And again, that's for 2019. And with that, it kind of wraps up the summary of the Spring Gulch project, and I'm going to pass it back over to Kathy to...
I just have one quick question. are all these trails, well, I know some of the, like the sidewalks, they're going to be paved and whatnot, but can some of this be done in like crushed gravel, like the Lobo Trail? Because, you can ride a road bike. I ride my road bike on the Lobo Trail all the time without any problems. I'm just wondering what percentage of these are crushed gravel versus fully paved.
So the Spring Gulch number 2 trail is a 10-foot wide concrete trail.
And then Union Reservoir's primarily crusher fines. We just have concrete from the Union Reservoir entrance along the south end over to the sailing club. That was planned for concrete because it's between the two future recreation areas, and it's along the road. So that's the only piece of concrete at Union.
And Mayor, if I could, and Council, I think the issue of our design standards is certainly one that we would like your thought and input on. But essentially, as you know, we've been following this pretty closely along the St. Vrain Greenway for the past 20 years. Certainly, concrete is more expensive. It's something that you have to maintain over time. But we also know that it is certainly the most accessible. It's also the one that weather, you can keep it open and those kinds of things. And so I think as the trails become more heavily used, I think it probably makes sense. On the other hand, I fully understand that as we get further out from the core of the city, we should be looking at different treatments for those trails and considering that. And I think having that discussion with our Parks and Rec Advisory Board and looking at our standards are things that we should continue to do.
Well, I know runners generally tend to run on crushed gravel over concrete because it's easier on the knees, but it's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I also wanted to add, I'm interrupting here, so Kathy, I know there's been questions with regards to the crossing of County Line Road, and in particular with regards to the whether we are or are not with this current trail project providing a crossing that will pass the 100-year flood flows that come down Spring Gulch. So currently there's a culvert underneath County Line Road that carries about 200 CFS. The 3 culverts that are being planned, and I think they're like 13 by 7, and then one is a 9 by 14. So anyway, we're planning 3 different culverts. Those are being designed to carry up to the 10-year storm, which is about 2,000 CFS. When the city makes the decision to fully widen County Line Road to its full arterial width, I think that's the time that we would then capitalize to go to the 100-year standard, because it is our community standard to try to protect arterials during the 100-year event. And so I wanted to address that issue with the council, that currently what we're building essentially is a trail. Right. We are making improvements to County Line to certainly carry a lot more than what it will carry historically today, but it's not to the full 100-year level. Yeah. And again, I think I would recommend that that we, the community, would address that at the time we go to the full width design for County Line Road.
Okay.
Well, moving on to the Union Reservoir Trail, and it's this trail's taken a couple of different forms. This trail alignment, which is up there now, is shown with the white line around the reservoir. And this one was explored in 2012. It was brought to City Council in early 2013, and it was considered the preferred trail alignment, or recommended as the preferred trail alignment around the reservoir. The goals of this particular design were to be low cost, low impact both to wildlife and the neighbors and adjacent landowners and ag leases, and to utilize existing city lands and Union Reservoir Company property. And it was planned for implementation prior to the reservoir expansion. So if you see the white line on this plan, you can see it fairly lightly. The future water line is shown, so you can see that this trail was meant to be installed prior to that expansion. So at this time, the western and southern sections of this trail are approved and funded in the current CIP. It's what we've been calling the J Trail. The southern segment, which basically goes from the Union Reservoir entrance over to the Sailing Club entrance, it's currently funded in TRP 128, which is the County Road 26 improvement. So we combine those two projects. We thought while the road is being improved and under construction, since the trail is directly adjacent to it, it made sense to combine those. When this trail plan was brought forward, the trail is shown south of County Road 26. That wasn't ideal. The only reason it was shown there is because there wasn't room between the road and the reservoir on the north side. With the County Road 26 improvements, we believe we can shift the road slightly and get the trail north of the trails, north of the road. Thank you. So that's an improvement, and then we don't have to cross the road twice and back over. It's a better trail experience. So that's already an improvement that we're seeing upon implementation. The western segment, which is funded, this section of trail is being designed in 2017, this year, and is planned for construction in 2019. And then the western segment is also currently funded. That runs from Jim Ham Pond, and it runs down along the western side and then ties in. This is Spring Gulch number 2, Greenway Trail, and that is planned for design in 2019 and construction in 2020. And then these the eastern and northern sections of trail that were recommended in early 2013, they do have more impacts to wildlife, to the adjacent landowners, so that that portion of trail is not yet approved and funded for construction. And then it's difficult to talk about Union Reservoir trails without also showing the master plan and talking about the master plan. This is the master plan that was approved in early 2012, prior to the additional trail planning going on. And so this plan also shows a trail around the reservoir. It's the pink down here because that was the portion that was planned to be concrete, and then it's the dotted orange all the way around. So it was envisioned in the master plan. But as you can see, the difference between the trail on the previous slide and this trail is the ultimate master plan trail, planning for reservoir expansion. So as you can see, we're faced with the dilemma of this trail, as it's shown here, is not very feasible to install at this time. It has significant impacts to ag leases and neighbors. Do you have a question?
Just a quick comment. You know, when I see the thousands and thousands of people a week that enjoy going around McIntosh Lake, you know, I think because we had got this nice lake out there on the east side of town, I just think the residents should have access to going around that lake too, because I mean it's something that really, really gets used every day. You see thousands of people out there, and so that's why, you know, I think this is a great thing to bring this back and reconsider it, because, you know, now the fact that the Chimney Hollow project, Windy Gap, is happening, the expansion of this then is going to be pushed out much further in time, so it makes sense, even though eventually maybe, you know, 2030 or when the train gets here, we might end up, you know, flooding this. But in the meantime, we've got, you know, 20 years of residents enjoying it week after week after week. So, you know, spending $1 million for something that's flooded 20 years is still, I think, a great way for this community to move forward. But Councilmember Begley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Yeah, so I was only on council, I think, for less than a year. Now having, you know, the experience of my time on council. No, the government moves at the speed of smell, and I kind of agree with the mayor. You know, having been out there and seeing kind of whatever, I kind of was, I mean, I was the heavy weight on the other side that led, I think, to the J Trail compromise, so to speak. But we're not going to be filling Union anytime soon, and so you know, I kind of look at this differently now, and so I don't know what it would take to, you know, to start putting back in the idea of a full trail around Union, because yeah, we probably have 20 or 30 years of crushed trails to enjoy before we actually fill up the reservoir. So the sooner we do it, the more use we get out of it. So I'm kind of with the mayor.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, and so I think one of the reasons to show the two trails on the two slides is just to show what we need to weigh and what we need to explore as we continue to look at the appropriate alignment on that side that respects, the one thing I hadn't pointed out yet is that this trail really does respect recommended wildlife buffers in addition to the reservoir expansion, whereas, you know, if I go back to this slide, we still have some of the buffering, but we didn't want to head way out into this field, and so we aren't respecting the 150-foot wildlife setback that's recommended in our wildlife management plan. So there's just trade-offs, and I think we just need to continue to work through those and find something that works and find the right timing for that. So let's see what's next. So going back to the funded portions of the trail, the south section and sorry, these say the same thing, but the south section is the Union Reservoir entrance to the sailing club, which is currently funded at $355,000, and that again is in TRP 128, design this year and construction in 2019. And they're all open space funds. Actually, this full trail is the funding currently in the CIP is fully open space funds for these. And the west section, which should actually say Jim Ham Pond to the Spring Gulch No. 2 Greenway Trail, is funded at around $611,000. And again, these are estimates currently, and that would follow with design in 2019 and construction in 2020. And then while we're talking about Union Reservoir, I wanted to point out things beyond the trail, some of the improvements that are needed. You know, what we currently face at Union Reservoir, and staff and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board have been talking about a lot lately, is how much investment to make in the existing infrastructure at Union Reservoir versus transitioning to implementation of the master plan improvements. Visitation, as we know, at Union Reservoir has been just growing significantly each season, and the infrastructure just isn't adequate right now to serve the use. And so some of the improvements that are currently funded and being worked on, and not all right now, but in the next 2 to 3 to 4 years, we're looking at these. The entry road widening, so again, that's being tied in with those County Road 26 improvements. That would widen the road heading north into the reservoir to 3 lanes so that we'd have 2 lanes going in. That would allow season pass holders, people who have rentals, things like that, to kind of bypass the line, and then 1 lane coming out. So hopefully we'll see that happening later this year. We also have 2 bridges needing replaced, the primary one being that main entrance going in. You can only get 1 vehicle across it. We have, you know, boat trailers, things like that coming in, so we're looking at that. Parking lot resurfacing in the next 3 years, really. We have a crack seal and then an overlay funded in the 5-year CIP. Day use area improvements, we just need more picnic areas, more parking, more shelters for the day users. Changing rooms, we have issues with the restrooms, and again, we don't really know how much investment to make. A full restroom replacement could be quite expensive, but we do think that providing changing rooms will alleviate that use in the restrooms and hopefully reduce the lines. A new gatehouse and lifeguard shed, so just some structures that are falling apart. And then site furniture, we just need to make an investment in, you know, picnic tables, trash cans, things like that. So those are some of the things we're looking at now. And then I just wanted to go back and do an overview So, if you go back to this slide and look at the trail improvements that we have planned, again, we have the Spring Gulch number 2 from Stephen Day to County Road starting in 2017, the Union Reservoir South section in 2019, the Spring Gulch number 2 Phase 3 in 2000 starting, these are starting times, in 2019, and the Union Reservoir Western section in 2020. And then we also have the St. Vrain Greenway Trail heading west to Pella, scheduled for 2019, as well as the east extension to St. Vrain State Park, which is scheduled out in 2020 to 2022. So those are kind of an overview of the trail projects on this side of town that we're moving forward with. And so with that, I'll hand it back to Dale.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Actually, it's timely, Dale. So can you explain the ownership of Union Reservoir and how that works?
Sure. Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Moore, Union Reservoir is a private company. It's the Union Reservoir Company. The city bought controlling interest in that company in 1986 when we issued bonds, and I think it was $6 million. It was quite a bargain. We got 51% back then. Over time, we've been accepting shares of Union Reservoir for dedication to the city according to the city's raw water policy, so that we're now at about somewhere around 85% ownership. And so we are certainly the lion's share of the ownership, but remains a private company, and we are the largest shareholder. We also have city staff that are members of the board of directors, and that's an interesting job for folks because they have to represent the fiduciary responsibilities of the company primarily. But that was a long answer to a question. Does that help?
The reason I ask is there's been some discussion about enlargement or of the capacity of the Union Reservoir, and that would only, sounds like that would only happen if the city wanted that to happen. It wouldn't be like the private Union Reservoir company could just say, we want to have more ag water, we're going to expand the reservoir. Is that correct?
So yeah, Mayor Combs and Councilmember Moore, the city is the owner of the enlargement decree, and we filed on that decree immediately upon acquisition of the reservoir. And let me just spend just a minute on that. That is a very important asset of the city. In other words, by the city controlling and having that enlargement decree in our ownership, it is always an option that's out there. Things go south on us in any number of different ways. It's an option. It is one that we should hold on to. And secondly, by the city owning the enlargement decree, it prevents another city from coming in and over-filing on it. And so it's important that we maintain that today, tomorrow, going into the future, for a lot of reasons. It's a huge asset of the city. And so the decision to enlarge would be right now the city, because we are the owners of the enlargement decree.
Thank you for the clarifications.
Another long answer. So as I said at the beginning, I wanted to come back and ask about 3 questions here and try to get some sense of council of where we are. And so we talked with you about a couple of the trail projects. We had that spreadsheet at the beginning that sort of showed the costs that we were sending into the nature areas, into trails, and also into acquisitions. So we want to check. We also know that we need to continue to make certainly some key acquisitions. You have talked to us about that. We're aware of it. We know it. We are in communication with those property owners. We are doing it under a willing seller, willing buyer process. And frankly, that takes a willing seller. And right now, some of the ones we're talking to, some of the farmers are saying, thanks, but we want to continue farming. And so we're respecting that. We're not becoming a pest, but we know they know we're there. We also believe we can have partnerships primarily with Boulder County, to acquire some additional areas that create not only buffers with communities to the east, but also do protect some of the important areas, whether it be along the St. Vrain or Boulder Creek. And so I believe that acquisitions going forward need to be pursued and continued. I think our planning provides for that. I think the question is do you think we're on sort of the right pathway? That's the wrong word. Are we on the right direction with regards to, yeah, have we found the right path? Do you guys feel comfortable with that? Again, you see it in every budget year. You see it in your CIP. You have the opportunity to redirect at any of those points in time. With the, in particular with the Spring Gulch project, that's one that has been under design. If not for the flood, that trail would have been built, and folks would be using it today. And I sort of feel bad about that, but on the other hand, we had other things to try to get on with. But I do feel some level of commitment to folks that when we say we're going to do something, that we move ahead. But I'll shut up. I'd like to have council.
I think we're on the right track. I like that split, using 60% for land acquisition and 30% to build trails and stuff, because, I see communities that buy open space, but then that open space becomes closed space because there's no access to it. And I think if we're going to spend money for open space, we need to make it accessible. People need to be able to go through it and connect to other trails. So I like that split. That's my 2 cents. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So when we acquire open space, a lot of times that still stays in agriculture, correct? Mm-hmm. So it's not like we're, it would never have been open to the public anyway.
You're correct. On a lot of the farmland, especially east of the reservoir, it's hard to farm and have people out in the middle of it. But
yeah.
So typically we've rented that out for farming.
So when we own the property, we can build a trail across it if at our discretion, basically?
Could, but again, we're trying to, in the case of some of those farms to the east of Union, how we farm it, I think, can change. Whether we stay with the traditional farming that we've been doing, or we maybe look at some other types of farming, whether it's organic and other things. I think you can do that. If you start building trails through it, you're going to interrupt the irrigation patterns and those kinds of things.
Okay.
And that's why we would try to balance that too.
So one of the stated purposes was to create a buffer around the city. Mm-hmm. There was really no stated purpose on how far out that buffer should go, correct? And in that respect, what do we still need to acquire that would create at least an initial buffer?
Let me, I can
that
show
would
you
be that would be really fulfilling the stated purpose of creating a buffer versus moving further out with the collaboration in Boulder County that was still, it makes the buffer wider, but
Correct.
Is that really what the intent was?
So, Councilmember Moore, what I'd say to that is, and we've talked about this over the years, is that this map sort of cuts it off. But as you get up closer to Highway 66, this is sort of the farms I was referring to that are current, and they're excellent farmland. They are very productive. There is sort of a missing gap from what we currently own up to Highway 66. Once you go north of 66, you're into the town of Meade planning area. And we just renewed that IGA with the town of Meade. It preserved our ability to buy open space in the area, say, north of 66. So that would be one area that we'd want to look at. We'd obviously want to be in communication with Meade on that. And certainly as you get into the west side of county line, north of 66, I believe there's still some opportunities there. Some right along 66 and some as you go north. And so I think there's some additional work that could be done up there in the form of acquisition. Likewise, on the south end, we have a couple of properties that we have long-term options on. One of them is the distal Camas option, and the other is on the Toll property. Together, they're about 300-some acres. whether we, and again, it will be council that you guys will decide if and when we exercise that option. And 2019 is when we have to make that decision. So there's additional lands. Those sort of border on Boulder Creek, and they also fill in some holes in the city's open space south of the St. Vrain. And so when I say that, I think there's opportunities for additional acquisitions. That's sort of what I'm referring to, as opposed to going a lot further east out into the I-25 area. But that's ultimately you guys' decision to make.
Well, I guess that's getting back to the split of resources of whether we do 60-30 or change that split to go more to trails. And if we still have property to acquire, so I guess it makes sense to keep that split the way it is right now, just to make sure we have the resources available if and when the properties become available.
And that's a good point, Councilmember Moore, is that when a property becomes available isn't always our call. Again, that's when that seller decides they want to sell. And so we are trying to remain in a position where we can react. So we may only purchase, for instance, a conservation easement as opposed to the entire property. Mm-hmm. We may purchase it in partnership with partners, whether that be the county or that be an area farmer that wants to keep farming. And so there's a lot of different models that we would pursue, trying to both preserve the property but preserve our assets so that we're not spending all of our money where we don't need to.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So if you go back one slide, or go back to whatever slide we were, the one that said the three things that we were talking about
the questions.
Tonight. Sorry. Yeah. So moving forward with the Union Reservoir Trail options and improvements, given that council voted on the J Trail versus the entire trail and we decided on the J Trail, are you still going to move forward with an option of the entire trail around Union?
So Mayor Combs and Councilmember Bagley, I believe in the current CIP, are we showing that as an unfunded? I'm asking Kathy that question.
I don't even think it's shown as unfunded in the current.
Okay, so that is something we would like some direction on tonight. Right now it's not in there because your direction has been J. If we want to consider going all the way around, I would recommend we would re-engage with PRAB and we would re-engage with the public and those property owners.
I actually move that we do that.
I think so too.
And so, and then we can vote on that. Then I've got a second motion, but we can vote on that now.
Okay, we've got a motion to change our trail master plan to a loop plan from the J plan, and it's been seconded. Let's vote on that.
We can, yeah. That's true.
That passes 7-0.
All right. Love in the room. All right. And I guess the other thing is that what is the current, yeah, if you can't get it done right the first time, just wait 5 years. I guess. Yeah, that's what we do. It's what we do. So the other question is there current policy on the split?
So Mayor Combs and Councilmember Bagley, or Mayor Pro Tem Bagley, in Dale's Head.
That's all that matters.
Well, no. We've been trying to balance those.
Okay.
Whether I got that straight or not is a question. What I'm showing in the spreadsheets is that if we stay the course that we're looking at there, it would be like a 60-30 split. If you ended the discussion as early as 22, it's going to be more of a 50-50 cost. And I think what I would say is that I would recommend some flexibility, that you preserve some flexibility in the policy, which you always have the discretion to do anyway, but that for us as staff, as we're trying to prepare things like CIPs and those things, it would help us to have a sense of, are we in the right direction?
I think one of the things, the purpose for this question is that we were looking at some of the trails. I had some conversations with folks and said, well, are we spending too much on trails?
Yeah.
Are we overspending on trails and underspending on acquisition? And from what I understood, this is sort of how we've been working, and we felt like based on those conversations, we needed to talk to council again to really say, is that the direction that you want us to continue on? Do you want more going to acquisition and less to trails? Do you want to stay the same? So the genesis of this question is, are responding to other questions about how much certain pieces of it cost.
Well, the feedback that I get from the constituents is people want trails. They want connections. They want trails. And that's important.
And I was going to actually say that if my understanding is that you're flexible to use open space funds either on acquisition or trails as needed, and each year will change.
Correct.
And right now, staff is using its experience and best efforts in order to make those decisions and bring them back to council, correct?
And to advise you as we're making those making those decisions.
Well, and also, but we also have to go back to the ballot language. I mean, ultimately, that's the overriding.
To stay within those confines.
Stay within those confines.
I don't know if you need a motion or not, rather than consensus, but I move that we just ratify the current direction.
Yeah. All right, that's been moved and seconded, that we just stay on course, but still have the flexibility to change.
And I think part of it is, I mean, so when Dale talked about options, you all have indicated to us what pieces of property you want us to look at.
Right.
Obviously, we don't want to lay those out because that is a negotiation competitive process.
Right.
But I think as those opportunities present themselves, there may be a piece of property that's so critical that we come back and say, we need to act on this, and we need to adjust this so we can buy this property.
Right.
And so those are pieces in there, or, you know what, do we want to look at the future funding and how can we bond it? The problem is the bonding question becomes more difficult as you reduce the term. Right. So there are a lot of options that we'll have to look at.
Okay. Councilmember Christensen?
Yeah, I think that everybody understands the need for flexibility. I mean, we're a little bit behind on the trails right now because of the flood, so we're catching up on that. And then as opportunities present themselves, we may spend a little more than the set percentage for acquiring. And I think I think we're doing very, very well with this. And Union Reservoirs are really an excellent part of our city funding and also part of our water resources. So I'm really happy that you had the foresight to acquire the expansion of that. Thank you.
So I don't know if we really need to vote on this. Is just kind of consensus that we're on the right. Is that okay?
Mayor.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Since we're talking, let's go back to bullet 1.
Okay.
The open space use of funds. I think what we've done over the years has been fantastic. However, with the recent, it was mentioned by council member that the nefarious use of open space funds to buy Ryder, or was not appropriate, or however that came about, the shadiness of the quote, which was used at this meeting. I would like to see something where if open space funds are used to purchase things that are platted residential, that within 120 days that the zoning gets changed. Because right now what we, the discussion that's been going on is that the Ryder property is open space. No, it's not. I've mentioned this before. It's not. It's zoned, PUDR. So, and it's been that way for several years. If we're going to purchase things with open space funds that has a different zoning than open space or public, that needs to occur. I'd like to see some sort of, ordinance or some discussion. Perhaps can have that discussion prior to coming to council. But I'd like to have that discussion. That has to happen. Again, going back to the housing, we talked about potentially and told staff that was a site we wanted to use for potential affordable housing. No, it's open space, is what we heard from residents. So we, as the governmental body, we need to either set or get off the pot. We need to make that zoning change. So I don't know if I don't want to really make a motion. I'm hoping I can at least get some consensus to have that discussion, or at least have PRAB have that discussion about what's a good time frame. We've talked about disposition of open space before, But what happens when we purchase something that has a different designation? I think that's the one piece that we're missing.
But that one piece was brought not with just open space, but with 3 different separate funds. So it wasn't
Mayor,
just
no,
one.
I understand. But the one parcel that we were talking about, the 19 acres, is PUDR.
Yeah, right.
Right, and that's the piece I'm talking about.
But the reason why we bought it was so we could cap the right-of-way.
I know that, and I agree. I agreed with that. But there was a member of this council that thought it was very shady, nefarious and shady how that all went down. And once it was explained, the aha moment came. However, it's still zoned PUDR. If it's going to be open space, we need to make it open space. If it's not going to be open space, then we need to go through the proper channels of disposition, pay back the open space fund, and be very careful about how what properties we purchase with open space funds and its intent.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I agree with Councilmember Santos. I think that we should have PRAB look at the overall question of should we have a policy as a city where it's appropriate or inappropriate to use open space funds to purchase property, and in the event that it is used to purchase property, what is the city policy about keeping it open space? Is it automatically open space and therefore we rezone it? Do we have a time frame for which we make that decision? I think that is a worthy conversation that we ask PRAB to have and get us their input and have that conversation.
Okay. Councilmember Christensen.
Since I'm the one who made the comment that some people on city council seem to object to, when I use the term cook up, I'm a very good cook. And when I cook something, it's pretty good. And I make it with all sorts of things. And all I wanted to know, and I was not implying that there was anything shady at all. So I'm tired of hearing about that. I wanted to have it clarified because I wasn't on council at the time that was purchased, why it was purchased with part of open space funding. And you did clarify that. It was because you saw a need to get that property in a hurry, and it had to do with an assortment of different problems that particular property had with water drainage, with and some open space. But, that seemed odd to me, and I had never heard of an open space something being funded partly by open space. But that's partly my ignorance of how open space is sometimes funded. And so I just wanted clarification on that, and you and Harold gave me that clarification. So I thank you for that, and I certainly didn't mean to imply what people are implying I implied.
That's why I didn't mention who it was. I just said a member of council. However, but those words were used. Words in this forum have meaning. And again, that's why I would like to have that discussion. I think we can all agree on that. But when you use, whether you cooked up or nefarious or what kind of shady deal was going on, that implies that this body is doing things that it really shouldn't be doing. And I would just caution members of council. Again, words matter.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I really think that we already have policy around this in that there's a process for disposition of open space. Whether we need to change the zoning immediately afterwards, after acquisition, I feel is a waste of everybody's time. So we have a policy for disposition. If we sell it, use it for something else, open space is made whole. That's the policy. Mm-hmm. Taking this any further than that is a total waste of time.
Okay. Okay. I think you got enough.
Nope.
Councilmember Santos?
There's some dissent. So I make the motion that we direct staff to take to Parks and Rec Advisory Board, whether or not after an X amount of time for them to have that discussion, if property is purchased with open space funds, to change the designation, the zoning designation, if it's not already public. That's the motion.
Okay, we've got a motion. It's been seconded. And that's just a consideration of PRAB, not
Well,
Yeah.
if they make a recommendation, it comes to council.
Comes back, okay. All right. We got a motion, it's been seconded, let's vote.
Send it to Pratt to bring back.
Yeah. Discuss it.
Okay. Okay. Passes.
So with that, Mayor, what we will do is have that discussion with PRAB, and we will return to you if they have recommendations on policy changes. I think we can do that. We can certainly have that discussion and come back.
So the
to you.
vote is, it passes 4-3 with Councilmember Christensen, Moore, and the last person?
Peck.
Oh, Joan. Dissenting.
Okay. So I think it's just the second bullet that we're looking, again, as Laura explained, that project is designed. It was scheduled to go to construction in 2012. We just would appreciate staff get on with it and get her done. So. Okay. Is that general consensus? You don't need to vote?
Yep.
Okay. I can get a read there. So, Council, I think we're done.
Okay.
Appreciate your time on these issues, and
Okay.
we'll get back with you on that one issue.
Okay.
Thanks.
So now we move on to short-term vacation rentals, VRBOs.
Don't forget that. Good evening.
Hi.
Brian Schumacher with Planning Development Services. So I just wanted to note, while I was streaming the video earlier in my office, I did appreciate the comments from the public regarding neighborhood and guest protections with respect to short-term vacation rentals. We did have some discussion about that with Planning and Zoning Commission, and we appreciate your thoughts as well on those topics. We've also heard from a number of individuals who are interested in renting their homes on a short-term basis in the community, and they'd like to follow whatever rules and regulations are adopted if council is so inclined to move forward with some amendments. So I guess I don't have my presentation up on the screen, so yeah, thanks. Anyway, so in short, short-term vacation rentals are generally rentals of 30 days or less. Anything more than 30 days typically are as part of a lease. And they may involve either rental of an entire dwelling or just individual rooms. Thanks. And last year, council asked us to look at some options with respect to short-term vacation rentals in the community and come back to Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council for consideration. As noted, Nancy was here earlier, Nancy Rezick with Visit Longmont. The Visit Longmont Board did recommend support of proposed amendments to allow for short-term vacation rentals. We did have discussion with our Planning and Zoning Commission in February and April, and they also passed along a recommendation of approval of amendments that would allow for rentals. I also wanted to note I do appreciate Nancy's offer to provide some assistance with respect to implementation and tracking of short-term vacation rentals, assuming this moves forward and council gives the green light on this. So just briefly, I know we're kind of short on time this evening. We're trying to wrap this up by 11 o'clock. Goals tonight, just provide a brief overview of the draft amendments, determine if staff should continue forward with the amendments, bringing forward an ordinance for consideration by council, and then also discuss any potential or desired changes that council would like to see. There's a lot of information on this table is in your packet as well. We kind of did a snapshot survey of vacation rentals in Longmont in February. That was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Obviously, we looked at Airbnb, VRBO, FlipKey, which is through TripAdvisor. And Airbnb is predominantly individual room rentals, whereas VRBO and FlipKey are typically entire dwellings that are being rented. And just by comparison, the number of rentals in Longmont currently is pretty small compared to some other jurisdictions that might be destination locations, such as some of the mountain communities in Colorado, for example. Out of the 37,000 dwelling units that Longmont has, this represents about less than approximately 1/10 of 1% of the number of dwelling units in our community. So it's not a large number. So the amendments that are before you this evening for discussion are based upon the discussion that we had with Planning Commission. The Commission recommended that we try to keep the rules relatively simple to start out, and that's what we've done, and that's what was recommended by the Commission. The process that is proposed is a one-year temporary use permit, and that would automatically renew if there are no nuisance or enforcement issues associated with a particular rental, or the rules haven't changed in that time frame. So just briefly, quickly to run through here, that's part of your packet. The rentals will be allowed in all zoning districts where residential dwellings are allowed. We did have some discussion with the Commission about whether or not we should have some type of separation requirement or concentration restriction that some communities have in place, and the Commission felt that wasn't necessary given the limited number of rentals that are currently in place in Longmont. Maximum day obviously would be 30 days or less. No minimum stay. Some communities have a minimum stay requirement of 2 or 3 days. Commission felt that that wasn't necessary. So this is one topic that the Commission talked about for a while, either to allow rentals of just dwellings that are owner-occupied or potentially also investment homes, second homes, and the Commission felt that it was okay to consider allowing rentals of investment homes as well. Again, some communities restrict it to just owner-occupied homes, and that has the ability to kind of self-regulate the number of rental days that you might have on a property or the potential concentration of short-term vacation rentals in a particular area. And that, the notion of just having owner-occupied rentals, that was part of the original recommendation from Visit Longmont. And then the Planning and Zoning Commission felt, well, maybe investment properties would be okay as well to consider for rentals. And then also, rental of individual rooms would be limited to owner-occupied homes. Obviously, we don't get a situation where you have an apartment building that's being rented out kind of as a de facto hotel or motel on a very short-term basis. The occupancy limit was set at 2 persons per legal conforming bedroom, and then Planning and Zoning Commission added in 2 additional persons for, a couple people that might be sleeping on a couch in the living room or something like that. The Planning Commission also asked the rules be clearly posted. They wanted the occupants to be aware of both the household rules as well as city rules, such as noise restrictions, parking requirements, things of that nature, so that they're complying with city requirements, being good neighbors and trying to avoid creating nuisance and conflicts in the neighborhoods. The top one ties back into related to kind of the owner-occupied versus investment rentals. The Commission decided not to set a maximum number of rental days in the calendar year for any particular property, at least initially. Some communities do have that in place. They put a limit on either half a year or 90 days or whatever that might be. And that tends to be perhaps communities that have a higher propensity or higher percentage of rentals that make up a part of their housing stock. And the Commission also talked a bit about parking requirements. The current standards don't require any additional parking other than what would normally be required for a single-family home, but the temporary use standards do have a provision that we could impose conditions if parking is anticipated or could potentially become an issue down the road on a rental.
So I have a quick question right now.
Yeah.
if there's a VRBO or Airbnb, the city is not collecting any city's sales or use tax or lodger taxes at all at this point, are they? Or
so I did a quick check-in with finance about that, and hardly any, if any, of the current rentals are paying into the lodger tax, and I don't believe many, if any, have a sales and use tax license as well. So we're not actively going out and enforcing this, kind of pending the direction the council provides with respect to moving forward with rules. You know, if the council adopts rules with respect to short-term vacation rentals, then we'll start a process of identifying those properties and work with them to come into compliance.
Okay. Thank you.
And then finally, obviously, we just want them to come into compliance again with the city sales and use tax requirements and the lodger tax. In addition to land development code, there's also some building code amendments that would be necessary. Try not to confuse building code versus planning and zoning lingo, because there's R2 and R1 zoning districts. The R2 occupancy is generally a lower occupancy classification in the building code as opposed to R1, which is generally a higher occupancy classification, such as a hotel classification. So short-term vacation rentals will either fall under a R3 or R1 occupancy under the building code, depending upon the number of guest rooms. You know, predominantly based on that table that was in your packet, and I just briefly referenced earlier, there's not many homes that have more than 5 guest rooms or legal conforming bedrooms in the community, so the majority of those would be an R3 occupancy. And then moving on to the next screen, so the change of use from single-family dwelling to a short-term vacation rental would require fire suppression and a sprinkler system, but there is an exception in the International Residential Code that will allow for owner-occupied dwellings of 5 guest rooms or fewer to be considered what's called a lodging house under the residential code. And as long as they comply with that occupancy limit and then also compliance with egress and life safety standards, they're not required to have fire suppression or a sprinkler system. So that's for owner-occupied units.
STVR, what does that mean?
Sorry? The short-term vacation rental. Sorry. Sorry for the acronym. But non-owner occupied units, the investment properties, would still require a local amendment to allow those to be used as short-term vacation rentals. So we have to come back with a local amendment to the building code to require that as well. And then there's the question of whether or not council would be interested in having an exception to the fire suppression sprinkler requirement for larger dwellings. That's being larger than 5 guest rooms or non-occupied, owner-occupied dwellings.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So what I'm understanding is if I rent, so you're proposing that we actually require people who are renting houses as STVRs to actually install sprinkler systems? Am I understanding that correct?
So if they're investment properties, they're non-owner occupied, that would be required by the building code unless council wanted to approve a local amendment providing an exception to that for non-owner occupied investment properties that are rented out on a regular basis.
It's already.
Yes. It's
Right. So if I were to have an investment property right now,
yes,
and I were to rent it to a family of 6, and they rent it month to month, I don't have to have sprinklers. But if I rent it out on an Airbnb site, I would have to install sprinklers.
Yes, unless there is an exception granted through a local amendment.
I personally don't think that makes much sense, but
Neither do I. Councilmember Peck.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. Thank you. First of all, what would make an owner purchase a license to do this? How would you know if somebody had an STVR?
Yeah.
Well, you know, obviously, some of the larger communities have issues with tracking because they have so many. You know, when we go on a site and look at the units that are for rent, there's ways to kind of identify where those are generally, and obviously, it's a tracking process in terms of, and obviously notifying them once we identify which properties there are, that they would need to come into compliance and obtain a sales and use tax license and remit their lodger tax.
Okay.
And we'd want to work with our code enforcement staff as well as Visit Longmont to come up with a system to track that.
Okay, thank you.
So Councilmember Fang?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Actually, it was someone who wanted to do things legally who asked us for these regulations. So I think many of them will do it. They want it. They want to know how to be legal, and we need to provide them a way to do that.
So what I was going to say, I think in light of a lot of things we deal with, you have a lot of folks that voluntarily comply with our ordinances. You have some folks that don't know about it, and then when they find out about it, they comply with it. And then, as with any ordinance, we have folks that don't, and we, through code enforcement, tracking, we end up having conversations with them. So typically what we see is a large percentage of voluntary compliance. But it will be a bit of a
So most of these Airbnb aren't 5 bedrooms or more. They're smaller than that for the majority. I mean, it just seems like you just had a few. So most of these wouldn't be required to have sprinkler systems anyway.
It's only for those investment properties that aren't owner occupied.
That aren't, okay, got it.
Currently required to have a fire suppression system, regardless of the number of guest rooms that they have.
Okay.
So if council would like us to come back with an exception for that standard, we could bring that back to the council for consideration.
I think I'd like an exception. Councilmember Christensen?
So, oh, sorry.
I saw consent, I saw at least 5 nod their heads saying they want to look at a local amendment.
Yeah. Councilmember Christensen?
Okay, so we just spent a couple hours talking about the housing crisis in this city. And now we're proposing to open this city up to forcing anybody in any zoning district to allow these houses. There's a house right in back of me that was purchased solely to do that. They're renting it out for $150 a night, which is $4,500 a month. That's very lucrative, much more lucrative than renting it to a family who would live there and be part of our neighborhood. So I certainly don't have any objection to anybody renting out their room for a couple of nights or any of that, but there's a difference between people rent out their rooms illegally all over the city. They always have, they always will. That's not a big problem generally, but we don't have any kind of residential rental license inspection and rental license fee. That's one thing we should have, and that should be for everybody. This creates so many different problems. It creates a whole bunch of people who could buy up very inexpensive homes all over the city and start renting them out on a daily basis. And I just don't understand why we would accept every single one of these 11 proposals without even thinking about it. I mean, there's some I'm perfectly fine with, like 3, 5, 6, 10, 11. I'd also say make a maximum of, say, 1 per block. But the truth is that no HOA is going to allow this. So it will only occur in neighborhoods like mine where we have no protection like that. And so it will be heavily affecting neighborhoods that are more traditional, that don't have HOAs, and I think we need to be really careful about doing something like this. We need to provide a path for people who want to do this legally. But, you know, people have always been able to rent out their home for 30 days or more. That's not the problem here. This is And they don't have to use Airbnb. That's just sort of the trendy thing to do. But the truth is, people can rent their homes out anyway, and this is not stopping them. And we want people who are doing this legally to not have to jump through a lot of hoops. But what we're talking about is turning our homes into commodities. And if we don't, I would go for some things like not having, like some cities have, where people's second homes and investment properties cannot be rented out short-term, because otherwise you wind up like Vail, where it's basically empty most of the year. And I don't know. So I would say we need a limit on the number of days per year. We need a limit on how many you can have per district or per block or something like that. We can't just allow this in all zoning districts. I don't have people come over to my house and turn it into a restaurant every night because I can. I just think we need to go through these carefully and have a discussion on each one of them and then vote up or down. And but I don't want to see this town have even worse of a housing crisis.
You know, we're talking about such a small percentage. It's like 0.1% of our housing stock. Anyway, it's not like, you know, we're a ski village or, you know, but, you know, I think there's people that could use, you know, some extra money. They might want to rent out their house, you know, 2 or 3 days here or there for special big events where the hotels are filled up, stuff like that. So I think it's a good thing. You know, like in Washington, D.C. during the inauguration, not the last inauguration, but the one before that.
You went.
No, I didn't. But, I mean, people were renting out their houses and then going out of town because they're getting like $1,500 a night for, you know, and a house is a commodity. And, I don't think we're talking about big numbers here that's going to affect, this is a separate issue than our affordable housing thing in my mind. But Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I have a problem with homes being purchased with the investment home issue. And the reason I have a problem with it, we're talking about residential areas. These are people where these are homes where people live every single day and have children. If we have a property that is just turnkey, I think that's going to cause problems, even if it's only one in a neighborhood. I think that's going to cause problems with the city, with people not knowing who their neighbor is and that this is going on a lot and who is actually in that house. And Councilwoman Christensen had a good point that you need, when you buy in a residential area, you know or want to know who your neighbors are. If you have a house there that is constantly, every 30 days, it's a new tenants, I think that's not wise to do in our. So I am against the investment home specifically for SVTP, or STVR, sorry, I got it wrong. And the maximum number of rental days. I think we should have a limit on that in a residential area. It's not a hotel. These are not supposed to be hotels. An investment property as a home usually is somebody that's renting it for a year or two, signing a contract. I just have a problem with this. I wouldn't want to live next to a home that changed hands every 30 days. So that's my input.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So I guess a question, why are we calling it short-term vacation rental and not just short-term rental? I mean, unless people are coming to Longmont because we legalize recreational cannabis, it's really not a vacation hotspot.
Oh, come on.
So, I mean, why don't we just call it short-term rental? I mean, that's the first thing I say. And it's not a big deal. But on these special use permits, are we going to make sure that these are conforming bedrooms? Because I've seen Airbnb rooms with Longmont zip codes that are basements with the 8 by 16 foot or 8 by 16 inch window at the very top next to the ceiling, and they're renting those rooms out. That's obviously non-conforming because of life safety. Are we going to make sure that the rooms that are being rented out conforming to life safety?
So that raises the question, would council be okay with some inspection of those properties if they come through for a temporary use permit to inspect and make sure those bedrooms that are being used for rentals are conforming?
Yeah, I think that would be a requirement in my mind. And the second, which potentially is an issue, 2 persons per bedroom plus 2. 4-bedroom house, you could put 10 people. And on my block, that would suck. 10 cars, potentially. So I would take the 2 plus 2 off and say, hopefully you'll have parking places for 2 people per bedroom. It could be 2 people with 2 cars. I mean, it could get into a parking issue, and I know you've mentioned things about, well, if it gets to be a problem, then we'll have to do something, but I think it'd be better to head that off at the beginning and just say no more than 2 people per bedroom. And that's my preference.
Well, I think generally when you have 2 people per bedroom, they're usually couples. I mean, either
vacation rental now.
Yeah, and kids, and sometimes you might, you got small kids, and they could have a pull-out couch or something like that for, yeah. Anyway, I see some of these points, but I think you're taking everything to the extreme that, it's highly unlikely that 10 people renting a 5-bedroom is just going to have 10 cars, but it could happen, I suppose. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Before I make a comment, I move that we extend the meeting.
All right, I second that.
Hate you all.
Let's vote on extending the meeting.
I should vote against it. Yeah.
Okay, that passes 5-2 with Councilmember Moore and Councilmember Finley.
Yeah, I still got the floor. I think we're overthinking this.
Yeah.
My family and I use Airbnb. It's not like we get together with all these other couples and say, let's invade a house. Usually we look for a 3 or 4 bedroom, you got one for me and Yvonne. You got, 2 of the boys share one. One of the boys have his own. Danny has her own. So I don't think that, we have one, we get a Suburban or some type of rental car that we get. I have absolutely no problem. A lot of it, you have to be a little careful because some of the comments, it's kind of like a homeowner living next door to a renter. Very few people will go, hey, I want a bunch of renters in my neighborhood because they tend to not take care of the property like an owner does. And so, but that's just, as long as people are obeying the law, they're obeying, just basically as long as they're obeying the law and getting along with their neighbors, which primarily comes down to the person who owns the property and has a contract and tells them the rules. I think that someone who owns property and someone who rents property should be able to do what they want with it as long as they're not interfering with their neighbors. And so I really don't see a big difference legally or morally or ethically or financially between whether I want to rent my house for a year, 2 years, 30 days, 2 weeks, or 2 hours. It's all under the, well, maybe 2 hours. I have a problem with that one. Yeah, I might get arrested. Yeah. Let's definitely not. I don't want 2-hour rentals. No, so my point is, I think we're overthinking all this, and until it becomes a problem, I think really what we're about is just making it fair for the hotel community, making sure we collect our 2% for Visit Longmont, and that we just provide some order to the chaos and see what happens. And so, and the only reason I started this discussion on changes is sprinkler systems are like $100,000. At which point you're not going to be able to use your house for that at all. It's just basically saying, okay, we're not going to have any that have more than 5 bedrooms. So that's the only reason I raised that. But I think we should just proceed what's being proposed and see how it goes. And if it doesn't work, we change it later.
Yeah. I totally agree. Councilmember Christensen.
Well, our hotels currently have at least a 30% vacancy rate, so this isn't going to help them, and it's not going to help the bed and breakfasts. And, I'm just saying we need to have some kinds of rules instead of just saying, yep, anybody can put something into residential dwellings. Of course, they won't go into any HOA neighborhood, so
I think I can do it.
I doubt
Yeah.
it.
But if we don't do anything, these things still exist, and that doesn't help the housing. It's going to make it worse.
That
So
we could put in some regulations instead of.
Well, that's what we're doing. I mean, that's the whole point of this thing, is to get the regulations where we know where these things are, and we're collecting the taxes and the lodging fee, and that should help the lodgers, because that levels the playing field. That's what we're trying to do for them, is level the playing field. Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, just to answer Councilman Bagley's comment about as long as they're following the rules, isn't that what we're kind of doing, is setting the rules?
Yeah.
So, and following the law. So I really don't think we should have investment homes as these STVRs. I think that is opening up a huge can of worms for the city. And yes, people should be able to do what they want with their homes, but we are also supposed to be looking out for everybody else in that neighborhood, not just for the person who wants to rent their home. So I guess, do we need a motion on this?
If you'd like to provide some direction.
Or is just direction? So my direction is that we do not allow investment homes as STVRs.
I'm looking to the rest of the council.
I don't agree.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I was waiting to get in here. I wouldn't agree with that. Would not. Would not. I think we're definitely overthinking this a little bit. Not everyone wants to stay in a hotel or a motel. If you're staying, I remember we took a trip to Bend, Oregon, and we rented a home for about 5 days. It was more convenient for my wife and my family, my wife, myself, and our 2 little girls at the time. It was a home. It wasn't somebody running up and down the hallway at 2 o'clock in the morning, or somebody pulling the fire alarm. I have, having seen this before, and now having seen it with the planning and zoning suggestions, I have no problem with what's being proposed. I do like that if it becomes a nuisance property, that it's not automatic. Is there an appeal to that? How would that work? If someone is said to be a nuisance, is there an appeal process?
So if it's a nuisance, if they wanted to, obviously it wouldn't automatically renew.
Mm-hmm.
So they'd have to reapply, and we'd have to assess whether or not it could meet the standards for a temporary use permit.
Okay. So outside of the investment property thing, I move that we proceed forward with the amendments as presented.
Minus the sprinkler fee.
Well, again, that can come back. Someone else can make that motion regarding the investment properties. But right now, the motion is for that. If someone else wants to come up with that, Councilman Bagley, if you want to bring that up, I would be in favor of that. The investment properties that would not have to sprinkle. So that's the motion, at least for now, to get this moving a little bit,
Right.
is to proceed with the amendments.
Okay, we got a motion to proceed forward with the amendments, and it's been seconded. Councilmember Christensen. Or Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I think this is something that I came back from the NLC conference 3 years ago, and I talked to the city manager about it. So it's high time we did something about it. I know that there's been a lot learned in this market over the last 3 years, and I think I'm glad to see us moving forward with it. My concern then, and as it is now, is life safety. So whatever we do, that has to be number one. And that is something that may or may not be popular with people that may want to do this, but I wouldn't want to also make it such an onerous process that nobody wants to sign up for it. So let's make sure we common sense around that too, because I think that as long as you can get out of the house safely, easily meet our egress requirements, and have telephone and service in your house, and I think that we ought to allow people to do this, because they're going to do it anyway, with or without our regulations and our tax collection. So,
Councilmember Christensen.
I repeat, I don't want to live in a neighborhood of commercial hotels. If I did, I'd do that. But I do support what Councilman Moore is suggesting, that we have inspections before we allow anybody to do this, because we don't want people renting out moldy little places that moldy basements with no windows and things like that. Nobody will know if you photograph it the right way that that's what they're getting. So, although they're generally, most Airbnb things turn out perfectly fine, and people enjoy them, and it works out well. It's just a platform. People don't even need to go through Airbnb, but they do. So,
Okay, we got a motion that's been seconded. Let's vote.
So this vote is to accept it exactly after this?
Move forward with it.
To proceed forward with the amendments that was proposed.
Yes. So, thank you for your input.
Okay, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Christensen dissenting.
Apologize. So one last question. Aside from drafting an ordinance for the land development code changes, local amendment changes to the building code, would you want staff to have any additional public outreach on this item before we bring it back?
Councilmember Bailey?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Before we answer that, I do want to make a motion that we actually instruct staff to make an amendment that we do not require sprinkler systems in investment properties with more than 5 bedrooms for SVRTs.
Okay, got a motion and that's been seconded. Let's vote on that and then we'll. And that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Christensen dissenting.
Mayor.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would like to have a little bit, probably NGLA might be a good place to start.
Sure.
That's a nice big group of neighborhood group leaders that will give us a good recommendation one way or another. So that's my suggestion.
Councilmember Christensen.
I certainly do think we need to hear from people who will be affected by this. And they certainly need to know that their neighborhoods will be turned into whatever investment people want to turn them into.
So one option, we could either go to an NGLA meeting or we could host an open house here at one of the city.
Open house? Yeah.
I would probably say if we're going to do it, NGLA is a good forum that we go to on a number of issues, and then the open houses. And then we have the online tool, the online engagement tool that we can use at the same time to reach out to a broader audience. I think that would be the three options we could look at.
Well, I think this is awesome. I mean, when I travel with my family and going to meet up with my kids, we'll do an Airbnb because, then we're in a nice house and we can cook meals, and, it's just a lot neater than staying in a hotel. And it's cost effective. Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So about the outreach, I think that it's part of a larger effort to also ensure some compliance around this, make sure that I would like to make sure we put it out as this is how you do it if you're interested, as much as anything, because the educational part of this is probably as valuable as anything we could do as far to make this thing work as a well-rounded program. So that would be my additional suggestion.
Maybe put together a kind of a one-page summary document to circulate.
Okay, Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. We've stayed in Airbnbs too, inside and outside of the country. They're great. But I would like to make a motion to move that we direct staff to eliminate the STVRs as investment homes in residential neighborhoods.
In what?
In residential neighborhoods, that an investment home specifically for STVRs. To buy a home specifically for STV. No, we didn't vote on that. You made an amendment to exclude the fire suppression.
Okay. Okay, yeah. There's a motion, there's a second. Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I won't be voting for that. I had another comment to make. I think we need to engage those folks who would like to be folks who rent out their house for a day or two.
Yeah, it'd be nice to hear from them.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a motion. It's been seconded. Shall we vote on that?
Not allow the SVRTs in residential neighborhoods.
Okay, that fails with Councilmember Moore, Councilmember Bagley, Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Santos, and Councilmember Finley dissenting.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So now it's time for mayor and council comments. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I move that we adjourn.
Second.
I played the game today. I was a good boy.
Well, City Manager, any comments?
No comments, Mayor, Council.
City Attorney, any comments?
No way, Mayor.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Well, that's right, we didn't vote on.
Yeah, man. Mayor Coombs.